Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning, a shortened week, end of the month, end of the quarter. Joining me is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
And wearing Ninja Red is our senior market strategist on the big screen, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Deli. Good morning, Shai. It's another glorious day down here on the island.
Yes, it is, Jimmy. It might be glorious there. It's actually pretty nice down here in Southwest Florida, too. Cooler than probably many other parts of the country just because we've been getting so much rain. But getting ready for the week of the 4th of July this week. We kick it off with end of the month, end of the quarter. So I expect the first couple of days this week to be pretty busy, hopefully, because I think that end of the month, end of the quarter, after this month and this quarter, you would expect some fireworks at the end of the day. I mean, one of the things that I look at going into any end of the month, end of the quarter is, if is it a trending month? Was it a trending quarter? I guess you could say that for stocks. Is this a trender? And so a lot of times I'll look to see what we did at the beginning of the month or the beginning of the quarter to see where we are relative. And so because we're on the highs, typically, it's a day where I end up seeing the market just steadily bid, and you're going to get some fireworks on the close. It's always hard to determine which way I think some of the flows will come in at the end of the day. It used to be my bread and butter trade. I've talked about this before. End of the month was like, you could literally, for probably 15 years, mark that on my calendar, and that was my best trading day of the year. The last 10 years, it's changed a lot. It's not the same. In the pit, it was very kind of clear. I used to look and come in at the beginning of the month. Most of the time, they were buyers. At the end of the month, most of the time on the close, they were sellers. So it was just kind of a regular thing. Not always, but in these markets, it's different. And I think at the end of this month, end of this quarter, it gets interesting because, the futures markets, people forget what the futures markets really can be used for. If you've not been long this rally, the futures markets are the most cost-efficient way to catch up because you could use a small amount of your capital. You could buy a bunch of S&P. You could buy a bunch of NASDAQ. And that's why we get these driving rallies into the end of the months, end of the quarters. And again, if you've not been long stocks, the best way to get involved is in the futures markets. And we know a lot of people have not been fully invested. As we always hear, cash on the sidelines. Right. But I kind of don't believe in that anyway. But that's a whole nother kind of story. But nonetheless, futures markets, they do get these underlying bid, and you get the end of the month, end of the quarters in bull markets where you have had situations like this. And so it's not a surprise to me to see us bid the last several days. It's not a surprise to me to see us bid into today. The close, on the other hand, expect a really volatile, I think decently volatile last 5 to 7 minutes of the day. So something to keep in mind. Any headlines overnight, Shai, we should be looking at today?
So basically everything is trade across the board. So first of all, we have Trump was on Maria Bartiromo yesterday and kind of confusing what he said. He says he doesn't expect to extend the July 9th deadline. He said, I don't think so. I don't think I'll need to. And then he added, I could, no big deal. So kind of clear as mud. But we do know that Besant said last week on Friday that they think they could have things wrapped up by Labor Day. So expect this to kind of get pushed out. You may have some initial frameworks, kind of like with the UK. And then the other headlines, we have Taiwan says it made constructive progress with the U.S. Indian negotiators are going to stay another day to try to iron out a framework. On Friday, Canada initiated a digital tax that infuriated Trump. And he said on Friday, forget it. We're putting tariffs back on you in a week, and I'm not talking to you anymore. Apparently, this morning, they have decided to drop the digital services tax, and Trump said that he will re-engage in trade talks with them. And then Japan says Trump still does not like Japan's offer, and he floats keeping the 25% tariffs on their automobiles, which we know U.S. is their largest market for their automobiles. So that is, you're all caught up on the trade news today, but we do have futures markets liking some of the positive movements in these trade talks.
Yeah, I mean, again, end of the month, end of the quarter, when you look at where we've come from, any little bit of good news are going to drive this thing higher, which they have been. Jimmy, overnight, take a look at the tape. Anything popping out at you?
We had a little better volume in the stock index futures. I mean, not a huge better volume, but a little better volume on this kind of move up. And to your point, it makes sense. We have, fund managers and CTAs and folks that want to or have to report their ROIs after today. So they're going to want those to be as good as possible. So you probably will get that volatility at the end of the day that you talked about. The US dollar, though, is still, it's totally crushing my European trip right now. The euro is still elevated. There's no retracement whatsoever on the euro FX versus the US dollar. All the currencies across the board are up against the US dollar, all the majors. So I have my eye on that. It just seems like this has been a pretty consistent, at least over the last 2 weeks, I guess, move down in the US dollar. So that's the main thing I'm looking at. Bonds also caught a bid, and I'll talk about that in the Edge report in a minute, but they've kind of pretty much erased most of Friday's losses. So those are the two things.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, the bond market bid, I think, is another helpful thing for U.S. stocks. I mean, rates have been slowly drifting back down. You got 10s at 4.23% this morning. With the 30-year continuing to stay bid, the long end coming down, I think is just, it's helpful for equity bulls. And metals have cooled. Platinum, that move on last Thursday, Friday was, I mean, that thing dropped 100 points. I mean, it's like trail your stops and that thing. Platinum, this is the hardest thing I found about trading it, and I've been waiting for moves like this to potentially get back in. It just moves so much. I mean, that's a huge move. Come on, man.
Well,
it moves 10% in a day.
It does move a lot. But I will say there was a contract gap because we did roll. So that contract gap did fill. Fill on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to hold a 10% move in a futures market. It's like, if you're trading platinum, it's like, I mean, yeah, when it goes. It's unbelievable. But it's like, you make sure you just work stops in that thing if you're holding stuff overnight. Silver down again this morning, copper down again this morning. They've had, bids, silver still above 36, copper still above $5, gold sitting around 32.92 this morning. Natural gas, $3.50, crude oil, 65.33. I talked about that 65.80 was a key level for me. That my indication for a long has dropped off because I put time in my indicators as well, to where if it doesn't retain or get back above an area over a period of time, I drop it off. And that's something I think a lot of people should look at too. Is like, if you have an area of support, like if you get like a signal, I've actually attached time to it, to where if it doesn't hold or fail to hold an area over a period of time, it drops off for me. And I don't know if there's anything new with crude oil.
Well, we do have another OPEC meeting on Sunday, 6th.
Okay.
And so everybody, there was a headline out and it said they're going to have they're going to do another huge increase. This, however, was talked about in the last meeting. They are looking to do another 411,000. We kind of already knew that already, so I don't know why on Friday this was such a big deal. But we will find out on Friday, because they always say, depending on market conditions, but I expect probably another 411,000, just looking at the fundamental side of this market. And so I think this week might be really slow for crude oil, barring any geopolitical flare-ups.
Yeah. I think the focus, obviously, today into tomorrow, end of the month, end of the quarter, beginning of the month, beginning of the quarter for equities. After that, I expect it to dive deep into the summer volumes heading into the 4th of July. I know I'll be heading out on vacation myself soon here, too. We also have a new JP Morgan collar trade. Last one didn't go so well.
Well, the last one did not. But you have to realize it's a hedge against their long portfolio.
Good hedge, but hey, good job, JP Morgan.
So I'm just saying, they're still up. I mean, if you look at that fund that they hedge, they're still up. So the new color is they're going to sell the 64.50 call, and they're buying the 58.50 49.20 put spread.
58.50 49.20.
49.20 58.50 49.20 put spread. Selling the 64.50 call. Now, from the last collar that is expiring today, puts are worthless, so forget about that.
What a shocker.
But the 59.05 is calls, they're deep in the money, obviously. So money managers are going to, that are carrying, they're carrying, because they're money manager, or not money manager, market makers have to hedge their, become delta neutral and hedge their long position. So they're carrying short 71,700 short futures against it. So they're going to have to buy those back, and they're going to have to sell 35,861 futures for the new contract. So net buying by end of day is around 36,000 contracts.
Which most likely they'll do on the open or on the close, everybody. And that's the reason why you always see spikes in volume. I mean, this goes back to the pit days for me. I don't talk about them a lot, but and obviously in today's markets, you guys will always notice that the volume is always going to pick up on the opens and the closes. And the reason why is because there's so much activity that if you have a lot to unload, you can do them on the opens and closes, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. It's also when you have the most participation from the open market.
Right.
I mean, go back to the pit days. Everyone's there in the pit on the open. Almost everyone's there on the close, especially end of the month, end of the quarter. So you have a lot of people to absorb those types of trading. Otherwise, a lot of times what they'll do is they'll do timed orders. Watch your end of your 15s or 30 minutes or 60-minute charts. Today, it's interesting. A lot of times there'll be timed orders and it'll be right into the end of it.
Right.
And that just goes back in time. That's how things were done. Those are similar type of scenarios. It could be interesting to see. So they're selling 64.50. I mean, yeah. Well, I think that area will come into play as a key pivotal area to the upside at some point. If we do get up there, it'll be very interesting to see what it looks like at 64.50 when we get up there. I mean, you've got to assume now they've got more data. I mean, again, we make fun of them for not, a great call on that. And I know, again, it's a hedge. I get it, but I could still make fun of them a little bit. That's okay. But I think ultimately, they're picking these areas. Let's watch 64.50. I'll keep an eye out when we get up there. You'd be interested to see what it does when it gets there. It obviously has significance to them. And what do I know? We'll see. Aside from that, Jimmy, back to you. I know we got the Edge report here in a couple minutes. Actually, real quick, do we have the data today?
Yes, very little. So going to be a quiet day. We had 9:45. We have Chicago PMI. That's not going to matter. We have Bostic speaking at 10. We have at 10:30. We have Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index, and then at 1, Goolsby speaks. Yeah. And so I don't think any of these are rather market moving today.
Yep. And good morning, Chad. I didn't say good morning to you guys. I've got everyone in there. We've got, always Engineer Bear, first one there every morning. Good morning, Paulie, Grow DT, Adam, Mark, Liam, Jay, Faina, John, Cooper, Infinity Works, My Serona, Video Starcade, Mark, everybody, good morning. Hit that like button, hit subscribe. 135,000 followers now on NinjaTrader Live. That's 23,000 since we started. Morning, Chintan. Delta, good morning, everybody. John D. Love having you guys here in the morning with us. I know I'm not the only one that gets up early, writes a note. Again, I know Shai's up, or she's always been up early, but I go back to when I was in the Euros. I get up at 5:30 every morning. Once I left the Euros, I got the S&P. I thought I was done with that. Here we are. They're pulling me back in. Jimmy, to you, we're going to go to the Edge report, maybe just a touch early today, but I think a lot to cover. Again, what are the key highlights you're going to be going over in the Edge report today?
Yeah, well, we're going to talk a little bit about the Bitcoin. We're going to talk a little bit about the Treasury bonds. We're going to talk a little bit about the stock index futures, particularly the E-mini S&P, and then time, if it allows it, we'll get into some gold.
Got it. Yeah, I'm curious to see what he's got there. All right, everybody, it's about that time. Take it away, Jimmy, for this morning's Edge Report.
All right, let's start with the Bitcoin. Now we've rolled. Remember, June to July. This is a monthly contract, and so I have a daily on the screen right now. And the prices have been sticky up here around that 108,000 handle right now. We're right up against, I don't know, about a 2-week level of resistance, 109, 150 above that, 110. A handle above that. So it's looking pretty positive, actually. We have a nice moving average cross. We're trading above the VWAP that I have anchored back here on the 23rd of May right now. And we'll see if we can get a breakout to the upside on the Bitcoin. Stochastics are still under 80. It's like, okay, we're happy here. However, we are starting to see signs of maybe a little bit of a touch between the two lines on the stochastic. So we'll keep our eyes open for that. Intraday, early in the morning here, we started trading below the session VWAP. Had a pretty decent sell-off here right around 3 o'clock, right before the London initial balance, and kind of stabilized since then. Really nice point of control right now. 108,250. Do have some targets though for the bears if this thing keeps running down. We have that pivot, that daily pivot at 107. Let me get my crosshairs perfect. 795. We have a put support, high vol level, and a 0DT put support all the way down to 107,500. So that could be a big target here. A lot of areas of interest down there. Below that, S1 and previous sessions lows are smack dab at the same price, 107,015. For the bulls, got to get through that session VWAP, but we do have an R2 level up here at 109,350. Above that, that one-day max is pretty close to that JAX2 level from our friends at Mentor Q, and that is at 110. Zero even. We'll call it 110. I always have trouble saying 110,000. It's such a huge number, right? But anyway, that's the target on the upside. Let's go over to the 30-year bonds right now. I'm going to pull these guys up. We had cash yields this morning trading pretty close to 5.8. Underneath that 5.8, I'm sorry, 4.8. And it was, so it's interesting. This has been kind of a really kind of slow grind up. Maybe not so slow. Remember this on May 22nd. This is when everything started turning around. We hit that low, that 110 handle. Now we're all the way up to 115 handle. So that's, 5 handle move. That's $5,000 per contract. So it's not that small, but again, we have an anchored VWAP here. We're trading firmly above it. Moving average crosses are all just moving averages are just all kind of arcing northward right now in this market. And stochastics, yeah, they're overbought. They could be overbought for a long period of time. What'll be interesting to see if we have an equal and opposite candle by the end of the day, meaning today's green candle would match yesterday's red candle. We'll see if we get there because that will also be bullish. So, maybe not. Maybe we'll end up closing below the midpoint of last session's red candle. Who knows? But right now it's looking pretty positive. Intraday, again, we have some great targets on the upside. We already achieved JAX1. Remember, that's a 115 real even level. We have that R1 up next, and that's at 04. Above that, really, previous session's highs, and then that one-day max from Mentor Q at 115.10. Above that, 115, 30 seconds. That's a JAX 2. For the bears, we got to get through again this VWAP, this session VWAP has been pretty keen ever since about 1 in the morning here. We've been trading above it. Buyers are in control. Really nice point of control, by the way. I forgot to mention that, and that's at 114.30. Call resistance for the 0DTE and 0DTE gamma wall at 114 and 16:30 seconds. Previous sessions low, a little bit below that, 114, 11:30 seconds, and then S1 all the way down here at 114.06. So there's targets on the upside and the downside for the 30-year. Let's go over to the E-mini S&P really quickly. Our volume was okay this morning. It wasn't great. The ATR now, and I'm measuring the 14-day ATR, is down to 73.63. So we're having smaller and smaller daily ranges that we're seeing over the last week plus. And again, other than the end of the quarter here, we might see that continue as we get through that 4th of July. But again, look at that. Just boom, we popped out of this area, broke above this area of resistance here, approximately 6,100. We're driving up again. I don't know how many green candles in a row. There's a lot of higher highs. We have another higher high today. We were way overbought on stochastics, but remember, we could stay there for a long period of time. I like that 80 MA right now as my guideline on the way up. Intraday, let's just take a look at some targets really quickly here. For the bulls, we got R2 up here at 6270, Jacks 3, 6275, and then 1 day max up here at 6278 and a quarter. For the Bears, we've got Jacks 2 down here at 6225. Of course, if we can get through that session VWAP, right, that's been telling us buyers have been in control. 6225 for Jacks 2. Pivot way down here at 6214, and below that we have some Jacks numbers in a blind spot way down at 6200. So there's some targets for the Bears as well. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. We are now joined by my good friend, Josh Crumb, founder of Abex Exchange and CEO of Abex Technologies. Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, morning. Good to be here. Sun's just rising out here in Aspen, Colorado for the Ideas Festival. So, but it's good to join you.
Oh, nice. Thank you for joining us so early in the morning. Let's start off with what Abex is. I mean, it's probably new to some people here on NinjaTrader Live. Walk us through what it is that you guys do.
Yeah, sure. So we're the world's newest commodity futures exchange and clearinghouse, based out in Singapore. We've really focused on commodities, growth commodities, and where we see market structure changing in global commodity and commodity derivative markets. So a lot of our flagship is liquefied natural gas. We are the world's only physically deliverable futures market in LNG, as well as some of the battery metals. Delivery contracts in both lithium and nickel battery metals, as well as we've just launched I think about 2 weeks ago we launched a kilobar contract in Singapore. So this is a Asian centric non-China futures market for gold.
Got it. Well, let's talk commodities here for a moment. You mentioned gold, natural gas. What's your view right now on what's happening in the metals market? Let's start with gold.
Yeah, so gold, as I'm sure a lot, over the last couple of years, it's really been dominated by sovereign buying. And I would say, really, call it the Western financial gold market, has, for a long, I'd say the first, year and a half of that move, always thought, maybe it was a bit uncertain if it was sustainable. And then we got a whole nother leg of really a lot of retail demand in Asia that's been quite strong over the last year. I will say, and again, our business is we're in the volatility management business. So I'm not in the business of making forecasts or anything like that. But that said, we do see that maybe that retail demand that was sort of the second leg to the sovereign is weakening a little bit from a lot of the customers and that we talked to. There was just a large Singapore Bullion Market Association conference out in Singapore. I think at the beginning of last week. And that was kind of the view there, is that some of that retail demand was probably softening up a bit.
I said, and we have seen this interest, obviously, kind of some of that interest from gold move over to the platinum market. And so I'd like to get your thoughts on the platinum market and then also silver.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think both you and I, Tracy, were a little bit active on Twitter, a few months ago, thinking that platinum probably was a little bit ignored in some of the precious metal moves. We saw, I think that one contract had about a 30-day backwardation in the roll. Just quite a dramatic move for platinum after not a lot happening the last couple of years. So I think that was a bit of a catch-up trade and a relative valuation trade that was happening in the precious metals, supported obviously by some near-term fundamentals. But look, I think in general, the precious metal complex outside of gold, has been softer because again, not a lot of the traditional buying or metrics or frameworks, if you will, for gold were really driving the support. It was really a much more of a geopolitical rotation that was driving gold, and so I think we've seen a bit of a catch-up trade in the rest of the precious metals.
Do you think overall we're going to continue higher? I mean, we have seen a bit of a pullback in gold. You've said that retail buying is kind of softening up a little bit in Asia, but it seems like every dip in gold, we don't get very deep dips in gold. They seem to be very shallow anytime it's pulled back. Do you foresee, do you foresee us, continuing higher, or do you think we see maybe a sideways market or here on out?
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess my good friend Max Layton at Citibank. I actually had hired Max at Goldman when I left, and I know he got a lot of headlines for forecasting. Gold could fall into the 2,500 range as much as that if we really got some rate cuts. So look, that's still a very again, call it Western-centric, typical financial real rate metrics against the dollar type of a move. So look, we all remember what happened after gold was quite overbought on negative real interest rates in 2009, 2010. So I'm not saying it can't pull back, but it does feel a little bit different in the macro trend this time. I agree with you. We're a little bit in that sort of buy the dip on just sort of the currency, sovereign asset and currency rotations. We might be in a bit of a buy the dip for the foreseeable future. Very much like we saw equity markets again 10, 15 years ago. So I wouldn't rule that out. But all I was cautioning is that some of the retail support hasn't been there.
Well, it's expected too, right? Prices keep going higher. It gets a lot more difficult to gain much of that market share when prices continue to go higher. Josh, I want to talk to you about energy a little bit. I see all of the macro people, the smartest of the best of the best, button heads about where are we with crude oil. Crude oil can't seem to hold a rally above the mid 60s. Every time it gets pushed back down, Shai talks all the time about below 65. We start to see somewhat of a bid try to come in because ultimately they can't make any money with production if we start dipping too far. So we're just caught in this range. You had a dip in the mid 50s, near the high 70s. You get to see it from a global perspective. Where are we? I know you focus a lot on LNG, but where are we maybe in the commodity energy space right now for global demand?
Well, look, I mean, I think global demand has been okay. I mean, I think to the positive side, I think there was a lot of forecasts maybe beginning of this year, end of last year, that we'd actually see probably more inventory builds and more oversupply in crude oil. Obviously we've had the events in the Middle East. But in general, I think demand is okay. But what I would probably say is this is probably more of a supply side story, and I'd say two fronts. One on the macro side, and this has been a view that I've had for a long time. It's one of the reasons we built Abex. Is we really do believe there will be a point here over the next year, if it's not already happening, where oil, ultimately starts becoming a byproduct of the natural gas complex globally, which is just really changes the world's energy state at that point. I was at the Ideas Festival yesterday, and we still are talking about this geopolitical macro framework with oil being the sort of the center of the world's energy complex. But I just don't think that's true anymore. I think as time goes on, I think you're going to see LNG and gas really becoming the global sort of center of geopolitics and the center of the energy market, because oil is going to be very hard to control with OPEC management if it becomes a byproduct. So that really does change the macro dynamics. So that's kind of a medium term that we're watching, where LNG and gas becomes the new oil. But that said, in the more short term, I think it's very important to give credit to the management of oil supply in the Middle East, particularly by Aramco and ADNOC, and the spare capacity of the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Look, I think these are, again, it's a very different world. These are very well-run companies. I think they've, in many ways, their forecasting and management of supply has kind of gone against Western narratives, but has ultimately done a very good job of keeping the market in kind of a not too hot, not too cold range. So I think that, again, that's a very different world than we had 10 years ago or so, when you saw geopolitics in the Middle East. I don't think you had companies that are quite so well run over there.
That makes sense. And I want to turn to the LNG contract you have, because you do have a Gulf of Mexico, America, whatever we're supposed
US
to call it
Gulf, let's
right
call
now,
it.
contract. So what does this mean? Because we don't have a futures market, for LNG per se. So what does that mean for, but I know everybody's focused on LNG because we've become the world's largest exporter of LNG. So what does this contract specifically mean for the American market?
Yeah, so we've got three contracts listed. Look, we're still in the early days, and this is not too different than, my co-founder was the chairman of the Natural Gas Committee at the NYMEX, when they launched the Henry Hub, and even before that, WTI. These contracts do take a while to build the physical players using them, being used as a benchmark, and then you start building liquidity, trading liquidity. So, we're still in the early growth. This is a long-term build for us. But we do have three contracts. We have a politically correct. Let's just call it the U.S. Gulf. That's a FOB Gulf contract, priced in MMBTU, so not dissimilar to Henry Hub. It's a 10,000 MMBTU contract. And then we have a European delivery contract, and then we have an Asian delivery contract as well. So we have three physical deliveries, one sort of supply side, two demand side, which we know, and being able to watch our settlement prices and watching our prices, I think does give a very clean view versus looking at, say Henry Hub and trying to add some math to it, or TTF, pipeline gas in Europe, and subtracting some math from it. And then at this point, nobody really knows what the JKM is. It started as some sort of mixed calculation to oil. Now it's kind of a net back to Europe. But again, we've got very clean prices for LNG in those three regions.
And it is trading higher on your exchange than, say, Henry Hub, if we're looking at the U.S. contract.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, ultimately, people are typically buying FOB Gulf on a Henry Hub plus basis. Obviously the cost of liquefaction and the FOB delivery, cost of delivery. So that is quite normal. That most firms are doing Henry Hub plus, just like when they're buying, they're doing TTF minus. And so again, we offer a pretty clean price there. And right now our data is really only on our website and a lot of the trading platforms that are connected to our futures commission merchants. But over time, by the end of the year, we should have that data up on Bloomberg, TradingView, Refinitiv, your typical data platforms.
So, Josh, all the products right now at Abax are physically delivered products.
That's correct. Yeah, that's one thing that we really differentiate ourselves. As you know, a lot of the call it the growth commodities or new market structures over the last 10 years or so, whether it's the battery metals or LNG like TTF, those were always based on cash settled price assessments. So price assessment reports, calling around the market, what is the price today, and then a future settled against that index. Ours are, very traditional, like the old NYMEX markets, where again you get to expiry, you got to be ready to make or take delivery, and we think that's quite important to really look. The PRAs are and the cash settled are very important markets and markers. I don't want to overly disparage them. They're very important to understand regional basis, product basis, And you really just want more information in the market always. So those are important contracts and important firms that produce that. But we think that the benchmark contract, really what people are trading against, really needs to have that. What we call the knife fight in the phone booth. As you get close to the
Right.
expiry and the roll, that's where true price discovery is found in our view.
Oh, I
Yeah.
100% agree about that. That's all the time we have today, Josh. Um, Everyone go to Josh's Twitter. We will put the link in there. And also to learn more about Abex Exchange, we will put the links in there as well. We didn't even talk about Abex Technologies, but we will have you back again soon and all the great things you guys are doing. Josh, I can't thank you enough for joining us today. Thank you so much.
Great to see
Thank
you both.
you.
Thank you.
Interesting. I asked about global demand because my thought was like, okay, Josh is another exchange. Like, how much demand out there is there to where people are looking for other outlets to be able to access, natural gas and other energy products? I was curious and he actually went to the supply side of more of the focus. And Shai, is that your viewpoint right now? Is that the supply side is really where the story is right now for energy?
Well, absolutely, because we're still seeing steady demand growth. Million barrels a day in growth. That's not nothing, right? And that's kind of been steady. Yeah, it's not growing at the pace that it once did, but it's still a steady growth. So he is right. 100% agree with him that it is on the supply side.
Yeah, because it's like it's constantly. That's like I look at. You get all these different viewpoints from different energy people on X, and it's like, it's hard to really understand what's going on. As someone like me who's I just try to put a theme together, but so it is the supply side is more the focus. That's important for everybody to know. Last thing is I want to talk about how he thinks natural gas and how it takes its position in the world for energy. Taking a big piece of the pie from crude oil. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think absolutely agree with that. We're seeing, natural gas kind of the darling of the energy sector right now because it is a lot cleaner than crude oil. And so it's kind of that transition, from, it's a steady source like nuclear or, crude oil, whereas kind of you have intermittent power with solar and wind. And so, and it's abundant and it's cheap. And so really this is kind of where the focus is going to be, especially for emerging markets who, if we look at Africa, you still have a huge portion of that population that doesn't even have electricity, and you're telling them to go to wind and solar. It just doesn't make sense. It's expensive, it's intermittent. And so really we see natural gas, LNG, as the bridge in the energy sector.
That story is going to continue to develop. It's going to be very interesting. Thank you so much, Shai.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in the big calf, man. Good morning, Pharm. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing all right, Deli. How about yourself?
Good. End of the month, end of the quarter today. Coming off this energy talk, trying to get right back into equities. Equity indexes, end of the month, end of the quarter. Typically a pretty busy close. Not so much the regular trading hour session isn't always the busiest, but could be. Look at this quarter, this month. Hard to say that everyone anticipated it to be this way and to end this way. Is going to be an interesting day. Back up on the highs of the year, all time highs, just highs on everything. You even have the Russell continuing to catch a bit, up 0.5% today. I know how much you love seeing that. Then come to life. Thoughts as we get into end of the month, end of the quarter.
Yeah, something you've talked about before is that this is a time where there are at least a few, and one in particular, large participant that has to transact today in a certain way. And so there will be some of that, what people have to do versus what people want to do. And so, it could be a little bit noisy at times, but, I just hope they give us something to talk about this week, Deli. It seems like, I don't know, 3 days in a row, something like that. We bought prior day's high right at the open and then just send it. There's just not much to say about that. But I mean, here we are. You're right. I mean, what a monster quarter off that back test of the that 3-year balance range, and that's quite a candle to look at and behold. So We'll see what next quarter
Yep.
does. I mean, how are we going to match that?
Just when you say the market can't do something 5 days in a row, as my one good friend said, he goes, it does it 10 days in a row. So, and who knows for quarters? It could be how many quarters in a row? Let's take a look at the charts. So this morning we come in, I'm taking a look at Russell to start because I don't know why I still have this old school belief that in order for us to have a really good, solid bull market, you need to have the Russell involved. The Russell just keeps telling me, Deli, you have no idea what you're talking about, right? I mean, you ultimately, if you really look at this, we're trending down. Yeah, they've broken this trend as of late, but it's like, the small caps to me have obviously just been such a lagger on the overall indexes that I do have this feeling that if they can start to participate, remember going back to like last year, Tom Lee was saying this was going to be the biggest rally into the end of the year, and I know that they're still thinking that that's going to be a similar case this year. The small caps, I look at it as an indicator of the overall strength of the economy, of the overall stock market. Because if the market's going to continue to go higher, in all the years I've been doing this, in my experience, it's always going to be a longer standing rally or sell-off if they're all working together. And the Russell is trying to work with the other indexes, but yet it is not. And so I think as we look into the end of the month, end of the quarter, if I were to pull back and say, what is the one thing I look at, I wouldn't say that holds the tape back in the S&P and NASDAQ because I think we're past that. But I think that what I think limits the upside in some sense is the fact that the Russell is still lagging. And I watch for this market potentially in next quarter to maybe be the one that plays catch up. Said it many times before, but it does get interesting if all of a sudden S&P and NASDAQ start to get consolidated. I start to watch to see if you have 1% up days in Russell and 0.25% up days in S&P and NASDAQ. I do wonder how that starts to look. Just coming off of Russell reconstitution, not that necessarily is going to have a big impact on price too much going forward, but something to note. Again, this is more of something I'll look at month in, month out, quarter in, quarter out, is where is the Russell on a relative basis. In the short term, the NASDAQ and the S&P just don't care about what the small caps are doing. Again, but rates are coming down on the long end. There's reasons for this market to see a larger sustained move higher, and I think the Russell has to come into play. If it doesn't, I wonder what that does overall for the market. When I go to the NASDAQ, it goes without saying that this market has got all things in favor of the upside to it right now. It's a daily chart, 8/21/34 moving averages. I talk about the RSI, it's a totally old school kind of indicator, but it still works on a relative basis, I think, because when I look at it, I always say I want to see markets that are making highs. They can stay overbought, above 70 plus in RSI for a good period of time. To me, this is actually bullish. The fact that I don't even think it's that crazy of an overbought signal. I think that this market has nothing but momentum. The one area that I look for that I think it could go is up in this area. I mean, this would be like an area where I would actually look to start to short, dare I say it, NASDAQ, and that would be 23,800. That's another 1,000 points away from here. This recent peak, it's pushing above, which was 22.8. I think this area up in here is where the NASDAQ likely goes. And this, to me, is a very important area for me in the NASDAQ because when the market tried to go higher here in this point, the Bollinger Bands exploded higher. This is a 3 standard deviation Bollinger Band. I always look at those old peaks as key areas of interest, and I'll even can go back and look at it like this one here for when the NASDAQ made a high, and it's now gotten above these two right here. So this area becomes of extreme importance to me. On a big move this quarter, 23.8-ish is an area I will be watching, and NASDAQ as key resistance. For support, we'll watch it on a day in, day out business, but I'm doing kind of quarterly looks here. S&P, Same thing. I mean, again, S&P is breaking out, making new highs. These recent Bollinger Bands, 6250-ish, it's pushing above there. I look at this area up here on a big move higher this quarter where I would look for a full position short for me, which would be somewhere around 6480, 6490 in the S&P 500 futures. You go back today, we got the JP Morgan collar trade 6450. They sold those calls. I told Shai, I said, we'll see if that comes into play at some point. I immediately, on the break of the Edge report, was looking at, my areas of interest coming in for a big level, and that not too far from where that JP Morgan collar, where they're selling the calls. So I think mid 6400s becomes key target and key resistance. Last thing I'll get into, bond market. Bonds continue to just remain steadily bid. I mean, they're not like ripping your face off higher, but the fact that rates are coming down, I think, if anything, if the bond market just stayed in this range that it's been in, I mean, let's face it, if it just stayed here, I would think that ultimately, I mean, this is the range we've had for all of this year for the most part. Besides that one little blip higher, you basically have a double bottom. If it just stays in here, I think that ultimately is positive for stocks. Once the market knows what the rates look like in the future, the market always finds a way to make money. I mean, that's the thing about the stock market, is that it's not meant to go down, it's meant to go higher. When rates move too high or low in any short period of time, those are the indications that you'd have to worry about something with the stock market. But if the bonds stay in this range, they don't matter to intraday traders. I just don't think they do. I mean, back here I was warning about it. Back here I was warning about it. Up here we were talking about it. But inside this area, doesn't matter. Which I also think should support a Russell rally if we are starting to see rates come down. They're coming down in the short end and the long end as well across the curve. I just think that that's bullish. Last thing I'll look at coming into today is the gold market. It's funny, one thing that Josh talked about was, and I completely understand this to be a theme now coming into play. Look, could the retail money be done with gold? Could it be done with gold? I mean, could you start to see them take winners in gold and move them back into equities? Let's face it, if you did everything right this year and you got into gold at the beginning of the year and you caught a 20+% move in gold, right? You're not looking at that position going, I'm not in equities. Do I start buying stocks? And it does not surprise me. I think the actual rotation in gold, why I think it's bullish for stocks, is because if you played it perfectly and you were in metals, I mean, how much more do you want? I mean, you're going to be up 50%, 75% in gold? Sure, that could happen. But you saw the rotations in platinum. You've seen them in silver. I look at gold, and I think if anything, it stays an underlying bid just because likely of any sort of fear coming forward in the market. But if we stay in this range in gold, I look at things on a bigger picture perspective. If gold stays here or starts to drift lower, bullish for stocks. And who knows, you get to the bottom part of this range, maybe when the S&P is at 6450, and you wait to see if that trade shifts again. Again, trying to take things out for people to give them perspective outside of the short-term markets. Coming into the day, last thing I'll say is end of the month, end of the quarter, everybody, watch the last 5 minutes of the day. The market, if it gets bid up into the close, watch the last 5 minutes for a move. I think a lot of times in these types of tapes, it could be a sell side. But if it doesn't happen immediately, they're just going to bid this thing again and expect a lot of volatility in the last 5 minutes of the day.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what long end rates do here. I mean, we had passage of the bill through the Senate, if I'm not mistaken, over the weekend, and then of course, Canada did their own taco, I suppose. But really, like, the bill has been the thing for me. I think it's sort of, we got more detail about it around 5700s, which sort of corresponded with, I don't know, one of the Trump capitulations, and we had a huge gap up. But it really was about the bill to me and what that looked like. And so, it seemed like we opened last night and like everything was bid. And bonds were fine. And so that's interesting to see, because you have, this other factor where, Trump's saying like, okay, well, we're not going to issue any, 10-year, 30-year at all. And it's like, really? So, that's not bad for 10 and 30-year price if there's not supply coming into the market. And, probably quite good for equities and really hard assets in general. And so really curious to see, if bonds continue to maintain some level of bid, because to me, that would suggest that there's somewhat taking seriously the possibility that we're not really going to issue on the long end, because, the bill, I think itself, if we're bidding assets, across the board, looks to be, a little bit inflationary, and it has to me, which inflates asset prices. Here we are up. But seeing how the bonds respond is a little bit interesting. I really want to watch that. It is end of quarter, so I try not to read too much into it. But I completely agree. Like you said, if bonds just generally range, even the entire year, then I don't know that I need to look at them as a day trader.
Exactly.
I'll never forget 2022, Delhi. The dollar was in like this huge 4-hour bull pennant, and you could literally invert the dollar chart on the 5-minute and trade ES off of it. It's all you needed. It was so insanely tight. The correlations of, I mean, it was exact. It was the same exact chart. It was wild. And then when that pennant broke down, we had an intervention, the yen or something like that, and the dollar went to hell. And that changed everything. And so, when the dollar, bonds are just generally range bound, whatever, like on a given day, bonds can be up a little bit, down a little bit. It just doesn't matter. But it's those large technical moves that make a big difference. And so, if we get a move higher in bonds, lower in yields, and it's not on any kind of growth scare, then that's extremely bullish for equities, I would say.
Exactly.
Then, of course, if they do bid because it's a growth scare, we saw what happened, with that at the beginning of the year. So definitely
it
curious
changes the
to
dynamic
see.
there, right? I mean, that's the key. That's the key, though, right, Pharm? It changes if they go up or down quickly for a story behind it. That's when it does change. That's when they start getting it to impact stocks. Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you always have to ask why. When you get into these correlations, and people maybe that are newer, they just look and say, okay, well, this is the correlation, and this always holds true. Well, it kind of matters why things are doing what they're doing, and especially with respect to bonds. But here we are with ES, and we've made new all-time highs, and so to me, I have no reason to try to fade that, and haven't been for some time. Last week we came in, we swept out the prior week's low on Monday. It was interesting because we actually gapped lower on Sunday night below the prior week's ETH low and rallied. So we looked below that and failed. And then we came down on Monday at cash, and we traded below the prior week's cash hours low, and sellers failed. There's all that wild volatility on the Iran, US bombing, what have you. And then we just ripped out of there, right? And we had a prior 2-week balance before that. We've now broken that to the upside. So everything's extremely bullish. Anytime we've traded lower, the dip has been bought. We've seen at times that bulls have gotten a little bit gassed out into the highs, and that sort of ended really with that failure from sellers last week into the lows. And so I mentioned kind of half jokingly, it's like wake up. I posted a joke on X on Friday, I guess it was. You just kind of like wake up and you buy prior day's high, and then you open your eyes afterwards and then get out of bed. It was just been ridiculous, right? And so here we are trading above Friday's high. And as long as that continues, there's really not a whole lot to do other than buy constructive dips and just get a little bit cautious on rips. Upside targets for me, I do think like 6350s this week, next week could potentially be tricky, but nothing necessarily crazy. The big question today is whether, or this week, I should say, and maybe next week, is whether this break to new highs is sustained. And so, for ES, I'm using like longer term 61.63 to 61.66.5 as sort of that like breakout level. I do think you have to monitor SPX as well, which was like 61.45, 61.47, something like that. So that's right around 61.98 to 62.02 on ES. And so that's why I've got, well, one of the reasons I have that is kind of a big spot this week. And so to me, like, even if we come down and this gap up fails, it's not like we haven't seen a bearish setup produce bearish results in, like, I don't know, 100 years, it seems like at this point. But like that would be, the setup. If this gap up fails, we come back below Friday's low. Watching the 62.30, 62.31 spot, that would be a potential trap where we could reclaim Friday's high off of it. But I mean, if we start cracking back through Friday's range, to me, as long as this 61.98, 62.02 holds, like, it's probably fine. Bulls are going to bid back up. And so, like, until you start cracking prior day lows, repeatedly, nothing's really changing here. We're in an actively trending market, making a new high each day, a higher low each day. And so when the market is framing higher across all time frames like that, you're just buying dips, and it kind of ends up being on easy mode, right? You just find a dip, you get it in, and then just like hold on. I always say, like, when the market is actively trending like that, if you want to swing some runners, like, go ahead, right? I mean, like, if you bought any of the prior days, right, any of the prior 2-3 days, and you entered a long position and you took some profits and you just like held a runner, you're up pretty big right now, right? So, that's where we're at until it changes, Deli.
No, I mean, and again, as day traders, you may not want to hear that because it's funny, we like it more complicated, don't we? I don't know why is that? Why do we like it? We like it when things are all shaken up and we want to see highs or lows taken out, knee-jerk reactions and things like that. And I know the reason why, obviously, because we like volatility, we like opportunity. But sometimes when it's so simple right in front of us, we push it away. And look, I'm just as guilty of this. But it's funny, over my career, what I've done is I've stayed long full in the portfolio. So when this does happen, that it's like, okay, you let it happen, right? But as a day trader, I won't fight it. And we used to joke about this all the time on the floor. If you're long stocks, don't come in here, start shorting every day on a breakout market and give it all back. Basically you're net neutral, right? Let it go. Because day traders, we like it to be crazy because we're kind of a little nuts as well, right? So it's kind of hand in hand. But ultimately, when you get it, it's right in front of you. Look, we're trending higher. You either allow it to be what it is or you fight it, and the market takes from you. It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that, caught the short in the beginning of the year and they just like have given a lot back. And, there have been a few savvy bears that kind of avoided doing that. But, to me, once we broke 57.30s and really, like, from a macro perspective, it was the bill. What are you trying to fade once structure breaks back to the upside? And so that's where we're at. And higher highs, higher lows. Even if this thing fails, again, given the fact that, sellers have had absolutely nothing. And when I say fail, I mean like 61.60s. Okay, so go find a daily higher low, right? I mean, that's where we're at. The week before last, it was just grind lower, grind lower, grind lower. Yeah, so what? I mean, we had another like 100 handles or something we could have gone before there was like any major technical damage done. So, sure, I would love to, at least find some balance, take out a prior day's low, but I have no reason to think that's going to happen. So, I mean, until that changes, then, I mean, we'll see if they let us buy. I mean, it's going to be that easy, like 5 days in a row, something like that, where we just like, we come in and like sellers are like, hey, we're strong. And then we just hold 62.39 and then, rip back up to the overnight high. I don't know. I was kind of surprised they made it that easy Friday because it had been so many times in a row. But to me, we've got this 62.50 spot. I was using 51 to 53 into this week. We've got the overnight high at 55. So call it the overnight high, right? So if we just take that out and rip through it, then that is what it is. Bulls are still doing their bull thing. We saw a liquidation Friday, so like maybe they were getting a little bit stretched and fatigued. There was some news that sort of facilitated that, but I think it needed to happen. And as long as we're getting through there, trading through this overnight high, it's fine. Like if you wanted to try to fade it, you would probably come in here and fail these 50s again, or like I always prefer to see like the overnight high swept and then fail back below 51. And like to me, a short is like a rental. And you're just like keeping it on a really tight leash until sellers prove something. I would probably only be looking for basically where we came right here. It's like all I would be looking for. So I would rather hope to see we get some sell side come in, because like you don't know, because again, you do have business that needs to be conducted today. Usually the collar roll, gets a little bit more active later on. But who knows? There's other business that needs to be conducted. So let's see if 62.39 holds. If there's any kind of pullback at the open, that's kind of your first marker. And as long as that holds, it's, kind of is what it is, right? Just get long, and you can take it back to the midpoint of, this kind of overnight distribution up here. And then back to the overnight high is what you'd be looking for. If we do crack 62.39, I still think that like 30, 31, it may not even get there. But I still think 62, 30, 31 would be key. And then like below there, like maybe you see some additional weakness, you can come into the overnight low, which is basically opening range low of the session, right? So we do have that gap there that's sitting there open, but no reason to suspect that just now. So far you've got 62.39 is going to be your first, kind of key marker if we even get there. And then you just kind of hope to find a constructive dip if we're trending higher.
Above 62.51 to 53, what do you got above there?
Yeah, I've got 66 to 69. And that could be a little bit tricky.
You do.
Yeah. I mean, I could have gone 70, but no, that's ridiculous, right? The market loves that number, I'm telling you. It'll probably hit, that'll be the high a day. Will be 62, 69. And then 2 days from now, SPX will be 62, 69. And then it'll be like 0.67 just to piss me off. Like we had a couple of highs. I think the July high was something like that. But that's the first spot I'm watching. And then like the 62, 80, 84. I don't know that we're going to get like the whole weekly move is something like 73 handles or something for the week. And we're already up pretty big. So like we can blow through that, and we have many, many times this year. But we'll see. 6,300 will get a little, we'll see if we get some resistance there.
Yeah. All right, Pharm. Thank you so much. Everybody, hit that like button for my boy Pharm. Check out what he's doing with his Substack, and of course, follow him on X. Not only will you get a lot of key levels to watch, you're going to get entertained by my boy Pharm, who's a lot of fun on X. Monday through Thursday, Pharm and I are here 8:35 to 9 o'clock. Join us. Hit the subscribe button. Never miss an episode. Pharm, you're the best, man. I'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you. Take care, Deli.
All right, everybody. It's Monday on the NinjaTrader Live Network. And what does that mean? It's time to trade the open with Tanja Trades. Good morning, Tanja. Happy Monday. Happy end of the month. Happy end of the quarter.
Good morning, Deli. How are you? It's another day, another gap up. How are you doing?
It's another day, another gap up, right? I mean, that's what it is, Tanja. And I'm going to go right to the poll this morning because, Tanja, you and I could literally, we already know what the poll is without looking at it almost every day. It's about the same. Today is 58% bullish. Remember, still got time to vote in the poll, everybody. 58% bullish, 18% bearish, 24% neutral. I got to hand it to everybody that comes into this chat each and every day. They have been spot on. I mean, it's been high 50% bullish. The one day we had like the 62%. You remember that? That was like the most we've seen, but bullish every day for the past several weeks. And the market continues to trend higher, as Pharm said. Got a little bit of a gap open on the Sunday night, opening range basically low. Here we are, end of the month, end of the quarter. Thoughts on what you saw in the overnight action?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how when you look at the 4-hour charts, how we are just, staircasing up like that, crazy. Pretty much what I thought was interesting was on Friday where we came back into this 4-hour and like we're just so strong into these pullbacks that get bought up every single time. There's just so many, like we'll get like a really short-lived push down, like Pharm said, and we'll wick into these areas, and then we're just so strong. We continue up higher. So then from Friday, I just remember I was actually just looking at this small hourly area, and we bounced at midnight open for ES, and that would provide the long. So basically, I'm just going to go with the theme that we've been seeing here is that okay, we leave a gap up or we leave an area of interest where we haven't repriced to. And I hope that like the easiest plays have been pretty much in this market where you wait for that retracement and you just take the move back up higher, right? So you wait for last Friday, it was here in the morning. We came back into the hourly and we pushed back higher. And then in the afternoon, we repriced to the 4-hour, took out more liquidity, and then that provided the upside. And now we're gapping up from Friday. And that's all I can pretty much do every time is like put out those areas of interest where I think we can reprice to. So I think, I'll be watching if we pull back to 62.37 to 62.27 on ES, and see if we hold this area on the 4-hour. Again, if we just wick it, then I'll be looking for longs. If we have like a nice reaction to the upside, I'll look for longs to take out new highs back to 62.55. And those are just the simplest, easiest plays that I've been seeing in this market, versus trying to hold on to a short for too long. If shorts have been working for a little bit, but then, like I said, I don't like to hold on for too long when you're going counter trend. So it's just so much easier if you look at the higher time frame. For me, it's the 4-hour. And I just mark out those areas of interest. And then I look for pullbacks into those areas. So let's say we don't pull back into that area, then typically I can't really frame the risk because we could pull back later, kind of like what we saw later on in the Friday afternoon after we already hit the new high of day. We pulled back again into this 4-hour. And then you could frame your risk after that, kind of push up the market structure shift on a lower time frame. So for me, I would look to, come back into this area for NASDAQ below 22,820s, below 22,818. I'll look to see if we're sensitive in this area up to the 760s. And if we have a nice push up higher, I'm totally fine with like going longs. I'll be aware though, we did leave a nice long wick here. Sometimes we'll reprice to like 50% of a wick, or like we've seen actually a lot. The wicks be wicking, you guys. That's my new saying. The wicks be wicking, because it'll come into an area, maybe even like break below, but it'll end up wicking it. So that just shows like a super strong reaction. And basically we can have really deep retracements, and just prepare my mind for that like possibility. Like, okay, we could be retracing really deeply into this area, and if this candle hasn't closed yet, I can't know for sure. Like it could look really bearish and you could get really enticed to go for more shorts, but that just has not been the play, like to go continuation shorts lower. So it's just smarter, for me at least, for my playbook, just to go have it be in the mindset like, okay, this could be trapping the shorts, and then we could have that push up, and I'd rather wait for that push back up to enter longs and get all these people that are trapped then stopped out, and then they'll enter the long side and we'll go higher again, because that's just been the theme. And there's no point in going against the higher time frame trend if you want to make just like an easier trading day. So I'm with the chat today. I think that bullish is the way to be, and it's been the way to be. It's just been easier on that side, and we'll see what we have in store. What are your thoughts on that, Deli?
Couple of things. First off, I love how you talk about identifying the theme, what's been working. A lot of people fight what's working. They come in and think today's the day it's going to stop working, right? And they think more of that than what has been working. Let me focus more on that. And in markets, especially bull markets, just typically doesn't work, right? And going back to, if you're going to think it's not going to work and you want to be a short seller, don't overstay your welcome. To me, I look at this and go, I still think you can sell rallies, but just don't overstay your welcome. I look at any time that we're in a trending upward tape, if I have an area that I like to be short, I wait to make sure it's resistance. I'd rather be late in than early in, and I'd like to sell a little bit closer to my stop, so I minimize my risk there. If I'm looking to buy in a tape like this, I'm a little bit more aggressive on the first test of support, because that's what's been working. And psychologically, that could just help you become a better executor of your strategy. Identify what's been working, identify the theme, and understand if you're going to go against it, it comes down to position sizing, managing your risk against it. Last thing before I let you go this morning, Tanja, S&P and NASDAQ, any preference for you right now trading them coming into today?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that on Friday, the S&P's just longs like worked out a lot better and easier. And that was from kind of just seeing how the morning spanned out. So I'll definitely just be noting it as the morning unfolds. From like looking at this 4 hour, there's not much of a difference between them. I think ES still has like more upside on the daily to go for. So I think that it could be playing catch up now to the NASDAQ. Towards these flat highs at like 62.80s, 62.70s. I mean, 62.70s, like Pharm said 62.69 earlier. That I think that a lot of times that's what ends up happening is like, okay, NASDAQ starts out stronger, but then ES or another asset needs to play catch up. So then that turns out to be stronger. We have some rotation. So I'll make sure to see if ES doesn't take out pre-market lows, for example, and NASDAQ does. NASDAQ makes a lower low and ES doesn't, then ES is stronger. I'm going to go for the stronger one. I'll definitely be watching like the first 30 minutes to be seeing what's up with that, because that's how it spanned out on Friday. And that worked out really well on Friday. NASDAQ was stalling and then it eventually caught up, but ES just got you to your profits quicker in the same risk reward quicker. So might as well go for the easier trade.
Again, take the path of least resistance, everybody. That's very well said, Tanja. All right, everybody, hit that like button for Tanja. She's here streaming with us every Monday. Tanja, have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. All right, everybody. Here we are. We are 20 minutes until the open. Yeah, we're mostly bullish today. Most of the chat is bullish. Makes sense. I mean, you don't want to really fade a bullish market. Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. I think that we could retrace into this area, but also since we have, I mean, this huge wick, it's not out of question that we get large wicks in the NASDAQ, kind of like you can see here. I remember this day that we wicked in the morning and we caught a nice long, and then in the afternoon again took out that low and rallied again. I honestly feel like that's been happening quite often. I don't know if anyone here trades the afternoon, but it happened on Friday too, right? Like, because I had this point of interest from the morning, this 4 hour, and that had a nice wick into it. I mean, on the hourly, it was on the hourly on NASDAQ and ES. This happened on Friday, right? We had this push down into here, and then nice 1 minute shift up, and we got some nice longs there. But then in the afternoon, it wiped out that new low day, came back, repriced to the 4 hour, and again, like a huge shot up, back up. I honestly feel like that was probably just some, I think each time has been just like afternoon headlines or something, that the random headlines that do end up doing that. I feel like those have just been manipulation and then provide opportunities to get long for reversals versus getting long for getting short for continuations. So that's the game plan. It's just so much easier to get long at the extremes. Getting long at the first opportunity, I think Deli said earlier, the first test of support retest. It's just a lot easier than even going long for a continuation trade. Yeah, so we'll see. I've honestly noticed also, I don't really like doing longs when one asset has hit the new high of day already and the other hasn't, because oftentimes that's like showing a rotation even for like a small pullback. So then that like last short-term low won't hold up. So yeah, it's just way easier to go for longs at like extremes of ranges than any other trade right now. So we'll see. Right now we're at the extreme of the range on like the upper side of it. So essentially just kind of wait and see if at the open we maybe have a pullback. Maybe there's some profit taking at the open, we come back into here and then we get another push up higher. Yeah, what I had marked out before, I wanted to just mark out at least like 50% of this wick. Just so I can have it there, like right around there. And then I want to do that on ES as well. Hope everyone had a great weekend. New York finally is out of the heat wave, actually. Interesting how ES, like the midpoint of this wick, is pretty much 6,200. It's a pretty round number. They often go for like, it's a psychological level, an even number also. Maybe we end up retesting that. It's not out of the question, but that is 40 something points away. Yeah. So far, what ended up happening, we took the previous 4-hour low here on ES. On NASDAQ, like we're having an inside bar. So, for the short situation, there's always like another situation to look at. It's a tougher situation, but it is still better to just short out the edges of the ranges too. That I'd have to see because we already took out this low on ES, but I would mark out like the previous 4-hour high and such. It's possible that a setup might happen like that. But yeah. We'll see. Yeah, so guys, no more heat wave in New York for now, I think. We had nice barbecue weather. I hosted a barbecue. I got my OJ. Freshly squeezed OJ. Kind of matches my glasses, actually. So, got 15 minutes till the open. All right, so what I marked out was the 50% of the wicks. What do you guys think? I feel like, on Friday morning, we had that, we had a deep retracement, then a push up. That could totally happen. Kind of preparing my mind for that possibility. When was the last time that kind of happened? Let's see, Thursday. Thursday, same vibe, right? This 4-hour. You see this 4-hour candle during the New York open session. It repriced to there. So why should I do much else, I don't know. No point, really. So that's just been the theme. I feel like one of these days, but it's no point. That's the point. I think Deli was saying earlier. It's like traders like to complicate things. But I'm just saying, I feel like one of these days, but it's just like when, there's no point trying to be a fortune teller like that. You could, we have just so much trend line liquidity. But the thing is, we've repriced every time and just surged up higher. So every single time we sweep a small sell side, like a previous day low, previous week low, we just, that's the reversal. It's for higher. That just provides liquidity. Like right here, this was the day, like last week, where we took out the weekly low. I think that was during the Sunday open. And then like at Monday, we were already really close to taking out previous weekly high, I think. So, and here we are now, all the way up here, 22,883, 884. Kind of wild. See here. We're up 0.57% on NASDAQ and 0.39 on ES. What's the vibe like for today? We don't have any orange or yellow folder news. We got an FOMC member speaking at 10 a.m. Bostic, I think. Yeah. Chicago PMI is yellow folder. So, well, we'll just see. I'm just gonna treat today like a, Monday, no news, gap up situation. It's kind of remarkable how on the NASDAQ, we had a lot of rangy days. And then now, like the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, just all green days. So, you make a lot more money, or you have an easier time if you're going to be longing an up close day than trying to fight and look for the day that we're going to reverse. So let's see here. I think the chat was 58% bullish, right? You guys, oh yeah, you like my collar shirt? Thank you, Sammy Payne. Yeah, 60% bullish right now, 19% bearish, 21% neutral. Yeah, it's NFP week. I don't really love it. I don't love NFP weeks the first week of the month because if you're thinking of the monthly candle, it's typically like the accumulation. Let's see here. Tomorrow we have red folder jolts. Paolo's speaking tomorrow at 9:30. And it just says he speaks. Interesting. And we have on Thursday, right? Because July 4th, you guys, is a holiday. Woo! No trading on that day. Market's closed. So Thursday, we have NFP on Thursday. So it's a shortened week too. Shortened week. We have a flat bottom on this weekly candle right now. Yeah, where did 6 p.m. open? Here. All right, I'll have that. TBH, we could get there, yeah. Because, like, look, it's just like a flat bottom. It's not out of question. Reprice a new week opening gap. Like, how often do we see, like, on the weekly that the bottom is a flat bottom? Like this week. You see that this week is completely flat right now. If I just move this for a second so you guys can see it better. See, it's like completely flat here. There's no wick on the bottom every other week, So it means that we reprice to the opening or below the opening. I think this is the tiniest of wicks here. So it's not totally not out of the question for us to get back to that level, new week opening gap level, because look at this, just a flat bottom on this candle. We just completely just went up higher from that price, from where we opened at Sunday at 6 p.m. You know? I'm gonna scroll back on ES and see that on the one, why not? Right there. So you can see that more clearly. That's like that gap up, that new week opening gap. Interesting, interesting. So yeah, we'll see what's good. Totally don't want to rush into this morning, but I mean, we could see anything happen. Let's see. This is the 15. Yeah, the thing is, if I'm gonna short back down into those areas of interest, I need to see something like a divergence at the high. I need to see us take out a pre-market high. I need to see, or ES do it and NASDAQ not, something like that. Someone said, if there's a sell, it has to be today. Monthly, month end, quarter end, can't end it without a monthly wick. I mean, you could have a monthly wick where just at 355 it comes down. We could we can go long all day, and then the monthly wick could just be at like 350. We could come retrace like 20 points, you know? So I wouldn't be so biased like that, personally. Do I trade off the 4-hour smaller time frame? I use 4-hour for like nice for my bias for where I think we might be heading for areas of interest. And then I'll go down to the lower time frame to execute. So like oftentimes I'm executing on the 1 minute. And then I think the 15 minutes a good bellwether chart to have like at the open. Because yeah, we already marked out 4-hour points of interest, daily points of interest, etc., whatever. Now you go down to the 15-minute, and like, because we already know what the 4-hour looks like. We know what the hourly looks like. ES took previous hourly low here back in the range. Now it's like having an inside 4-hour at the moment. So we'll see what's going on here at 10. We'll see what's the vibe. If we're gonna have the inside candle here on NASDAQ. When I say inside candle, I just mean that it's completely inside the range of the previous candle. That means like not much direction, right? So it's like kind of just accumulating. So then maybe it builds up liquidity to go toward the other end. Some people just trade like breakouts from an inside candle. I don't do that, but I do just note what's going on the 4-hour. And the hourly, we didn't take too much a look at hourly. I mean, I see during London, we retraced to this 1-hour FEG in a deep, like in a premium, from the Asia session, you know, but that's not really much of a retracement. We'd already hit a new high too. So it's not like I'm particularly bullish here without retracement. Some on the hourly can see that this 4-hour area I marked out in ES is a BPR. So you see like we have bearish FEG and we overtook that later on in the. It's funny, on Friday we closed here, and then during Asia we completely took out Friday's high there. Okay. And we left a bullish fair value gap. We retraced a tiny bit, new high, whatever, but we didn't really retrace into 50% or discounted the range. So yeah, let's head on over to the 15-minute as we have the open coming through in about 2 minutes. So then I'll just like take a look at the 15 to see where some pre-market highs and lows, and then at the open, are there what we're like taking out And then like then you go to just like the lower time frame to execute or to see if there's a shift in structure on a smaller time frame to then execute. That's what I do. That's how I approach trading. It's like higher time frames for general direction and game plan of points of interest. Highs, lows, and fair value gaps, pretty simple. And then 50-minute for like a bellwether chart, happy medium. If there was one time frame I had to trade for the rest of my life, I would just do the 15. Because from the 15 you can gauge like the 4 hour, you can see it. You can put it together to piece together the higher time frame, and then you could find points of interest. You can just go long or short on the 15 based on FEGs and shifts in structure too. You'll just have to be mindful though. If I'm executing on a 5-minute time frame, if my entry is based on the 5-minute or the 15, I know I have to have a wider stop because my stop needs to be like a 15-minute low or 5-minute low. And then also in my mind, I'm like, okay, it's gonna take longer for it to play out. Because it's just a higher time frame than the 1 minute, right? So let's see. We've opened in 2 seconds. Ding ding ding, let's go. All right. So far, we just are sleeping back below a London low, pre-market low for NASDAQ. I know that's maybe some people are already short from the pre-market from that pullback here. If they were like, okay, that's what they want to count as a divergence, like during London session. I personally just like to, I don't really take entries pre-market, to be honest. I'd rather wait for like a divergence from the 9:30 open onwards. So right now, NASDAQ came back, took this pre-market low. ES didn't take it yet. We take that whole swing of a leg from like that low from Friday up to here, where's 50%? Like it's quite deep down in here. But I'm not really looking for a reprice all the way down to here, but this is a 50% of that 4-hour wick. I think ES is starting to head lower. Yeah, that wasn't like we're too deep in premium for that to be the divergence at the morning open. All right, cool. Simply just take that off. So far, Nasdaq's a bit weaker because it hit that low first. How's it going, Tanya? It's going great. Someone said they caught afternoon shorts on Friday. Nice. I think, what did you say about Trump? Trump had to talk. Oh, that's what it was. Makes sense. Honestly, I feel like those like sudden retracements lower, like the short trades there have been, yeah, from those either afternoon headline, yeah, pretty much afternoon headlines, whether someone was speaking or it's a war headline. Let's see. Are we going for the gap fill, you guys? Are we gonna go for this Sunday? I mean, this open. That's totally possible. I'm personally just gonna wait until 10. There'll be a clearer picture there, but so far on the 15, yeah, Nasdaq made that higher high there, and then we end up breaking a low here, like 845. Then it was retraced to here, and we're breaking another low. 15 is definitely having that its bearish moment. We're coming back into this 4-hour now, this 4-hour fair value gap. So the question is, are we going to remain heavy and come all the way back down to the Sunday open? Or are we going to reverse from this 4-hour? Like, look, this is the daily. It's kind of wild. Yeah, and Nasdaq has not had a red day in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. This is the 7th up day. So far, we are green on the day. If we go all the way back down to that new week opening gap, Sunday open, 6 p.m., that would turn us red for a minute, depending on how we close. If we close below it, because that is the open, basically. All right. Very large push down at the open so far, right? We at 9:30. We're in this 4-hour zone now. So like I said, what I'm looking for is the bullish shift to go up higher again. I would not enter in unless there's a bullish shift. We can totally retrace more. People could be holding their shorts up until this area, this level, 770, 50, 750s. So we'll see. Nasdaq's definitely weaker, so like I'm writing down that I'd rather long ES because it has some catching up to do. And also it is a little bit stronger. Nasdaq took out the lows earlier than ES did. So we're digging lower. Honestly, I'm totally fine if we hit this without me. I would look for the longs. The longs could be juicy there. As I sip my orange juice, my OJ. It's funny that some debate going on about my orange juice in the chat. People Yes, I buy $8 orange juice. Freshly squeezed. I live in New York City, so it's expensive. It's $8. I bought at the store. A big bottle also is $15. And then everyone was telling someone told me I should just put oranges in a blender. And I'm like, I don't think you know how orange juice works. You need a juicer. And then someone wrote in an email that I should not do that. That one orange can ruin the batch. So let me know in the chat. I think I should just keep buying my $8 orange juice. I'm not buying coffee. I haven't drank. I honestly quit coffee like 2 years ago at this point, an hour or a year and a half. Is it cold press? Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's focus here. Yeah, with the 10 a.m. soon. We just tapped into this the tiniest bit into this 4 hour open. I mean 4 hour fair value gap on ES and NASDAQ. I'm a tiny bit cautious because of that, like fast move down lower, but you could just start seeing on the 1 minute. This is short-term high. We broke it. And then we left a fair value gap here. I'm a little cautious because on the 5, let's see on the 5 here. Honestly, it's not the worst. We took out this low here too. But we have a 5 minute bearish. So yeah, I mean, honestly, what we've been seeing is the bearishness. We just work out for like one move to the downside. So see if this holds up. Nasdaq's a little weaker here. We'll see how this candle closes. I'm gonna wait for that candle closure for me to do anything because we have this 5 minute. We honestly have a FEG here that we repriced to. So maybe I'll even wait for this closure above this. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see it. Honestly, that's a pretty good close. Let's see. I mean, it didn't close yet. There's still 20 seconds left. Also, it's what time is it? It's 9:40. Okay. Looks good. I'm gonna try to buy ES there. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna put on my chart trader here. One second. There you go, you guys. I'm long ES here. Honestly, just go for pre-market high. This was a good reaction there, honestly. So that's why I entered. I like this reaction to that fair value gap. So yeah, let's see. Let's see here. What I want to see now is like break of these highs next, and then we'll invert this FEG. Nasdaq's doing decent too. I mean, hey, it is. If you look at this, it's wicking that. Wicks be wicking, y'all. Same thing with ES, the wicks be wicking. Let me see here if I can draw it better on there. Yeah. Hmm. If not, we still have the next hourly open if this doesn't work out. Nasdaq just broke and like, we can just close below that. Don't love it. Probably gonna get stopped. That's fine. If it is. Nasdaq just made a new low of the day. See if ES does. Maybe it holds up. We'll see. It's holding up for now. This is like pretty much the last line in the sand. I'm not really totally convinced that that's gonna be it. Where's the 8:30 open? Let me just put that indicator on. Let's see. Oh, there you go. I fixed it so I have that indicator on. Okay. So let's like, I can X that one out or pull this one on the side, and we have NASDAQ on the right. I mean, hey. That's why I decided to long the stronger one, but I mean, this could totally still get stopped out. Unless we start seeing push up like right now. Then I need, if I would re-enter, I would need more of like a breaker block situation. Essentially. If I get stopped out. I didn't get stopped out yet. We came back into like break even for a second there. NASDAQ took out that low day. Yes, not yet. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. We could just totally possible for me to get stopped down. We kind of just consolidate in this area. But then I'd go for that break above here. Hopefully that'll happen now. Snap mode, Pharm price. Okay. Phew. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Cool. Did NASDAQ now take out the 4-hour low? I think so. So maybe that's all I needed to do. Yeah. We'll see. It's totally not like super strong. We're not having a super strong market. It's consolidating. I'd like to see us close above this next. This 62.43 area. If it's gonna be any good. Or it was like this. This is a decent. It's like risking 5 to make 9. Definitely not having the reaction where it's like an easy trade. NASDAQ just made another new low, so I wouldn't be surprised if ES takes my stop. It's not just chopping around. All right. To be honest, I might just cancel it soon because it's not giving what it needs to be giving. Maybe that threat will make it pop up. Mhm. All right, well, that got cut. We're in this zone still. Well, we're in this zone, you guys. That got cut, that's fine. Now we're just gonna wait for the 10 a.m. For me to try longs again, I need to break this high, honestly, on ES. So there's a little FEG there. So easy peasy. Stalled, took too long. It's fine. All right. Let's see here. What I don't want to happen is like, I don't want to get long in a consolidating area here. This is the Sunday open. We're getting closer to it for NASDAQ. Let's see. See, go back on the 15 for a second. Okay. Good to know. All right. So all good. I honestly would try that long again. The only thing maybe I would have done is cut it a little bit when NASDAQ was making a new low. I maybe could have saved myself a point and a half by cutting it earlier. But I'm totally fine with that. Now, I mean, we're in this area. We're kind of just chopping around in this area. I don't want to get long if it's a chop fest. We'll see. 10 a.m. is a 4-hour candle, closes in like the 6 to 10 a.m. 4-hour candle closes in 8 minutes. I'll see like the midpoint of this FEG on the 15. Okay. Yeah, I'm still remaining with my bullish bias. It's just a matter of waiting for the next setup. Uh, do, 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 do. Okay, since the open here, we dropped like 14 points on ES and around 70. Most of it happened in the first 2 minutes of the day. About 50 points. NASDAQ tried long. It looked pretty promising here. Then that drop, I mean, then that's where NASDAQ continued lower. Made a new low, made another new low. ES made a new low. So I'm just waiting. Have this FEG marked out this 1 minute here. It's like the first presented one. Yeah. Yeah, NASDAQ. Same type of vibe then on NASDAQ. It's like I would want this high to get broken with a displacement to get back into longs. Let's see. I think Fed member Bostich is speaking now at 10 a.m. I want to see ES like lead and be stronger here, honestly. God, it's been just choppy, you guys. I said I don't want a long in this area. I need to see this. I like that this is the first presented fair value gap also. Let me see, where's the 8:30 open? Yeah. Okay. It's like up here. No. Yeah, so we're below 8:30 and midnight open. That's the thing. I wonder if we're gonna reprice to here. What do you guys think? Because honestly, we've been kind of choppy. If we're not showing much push up to the upside, I don't see why we're not gonna fill this. We could completely fill this down. Which I'm welcome. I'm welcoming that, honestly. Yo, ES has been straight up just since 9:34. 34 to 42, an 8-point range. Okay. NASDAQ about like a 50-point range. Don't want to get chopped up here. Mm-mm-mm. Finish my OJ. Stay hydrated. Yeah, it's struggling. There's not really much power to the upside yet. Um, yeah. Not much you could do. Not much you could do. This is where you have FAFO. You mess around, you find out. Like so far I tried one long and that just showed, and then the market showed me it's gonna wants to be choppy. So I paid my price. I paid the expense to figure that out. So I'm not looking to really hop back into anything unless it really confirms. Like Nasdaq would have to hold above the 850s. Pretty disappointing. What are we gonna do? Too many of us are bullish, you guys. That's what's happening. Too many of us are bullish. You have to consolidate, you have to accumulate more and then run some more stops. Honestly, if you sometimes it helps to think that way because if you need to be a little bit of a think psychologically about how auctions work and things like that. I feel as though it might just accumulate more here. We'll see. Nothing to write home about, you guys. On like ES, you looking like a barcode. You can scan this and get the price for a Costco hot dog. What is it, like 150? Like the one thing that didn't succumb to inflation. Anyone see that guy that like loves rotisserie chickens? It's like this old man that gets like the Costco rotisserie chicken and he has like the barcode on his shirt for it. So then when he goes to checkout and he like tells the cashiers he's very adamant about them not scanning the chicken, not getting the laser on the chicken, but like to scan his shirt for it. And they like comply because he's very adamant about it. It's like, okay, but at some point it's like, all right, you don't want to get laser on your chicken, but like you want it on your chest. I don't know what I'm talking about, or do I sound like a crazy person? Yeah, the chat knows what I'm talking about. Somebody said, I think the move will happen in the afternoon after we leave, log out. Ain't that the way things go sometimes here? Good afternoon. Yeah, here you go. This is my world 222 says, scan this shirt. Don't touch the chicken, buddy. Exactly. Trader Tom has asked me, have I seen the process and how rotisserie chicken in Costco is made? No, I have not. Honestly, guys, I don't shop at Costco. I don't have a Costco card. I just shop for one person. There's no point. But yeah. I'll check it out later, Trader Tom. Yeah, people know what I'm talking about. He's like, scan my body, but not the chicken. Funny guy. Someone said NWOG target as for price on NQ. I mean, I could see how the shorts want that. Honestly, what I'm kind of for the long situation, thing I am cautious about is if we don't displace and hold above this, if we just like wick, then that's a 15-minute point of interest essentially. That's a 15-minute, we're in a 15-minute bearish FEG right now in NASDAQ, actually. So that's totally possible. ES didn't even reach it. Isn't that interesting how now ES is a little weaker? I've been noticing it's kind of just holding within a very tight range here. NASDAQ retraced a little bit higher. I mean, yeah, if you're bearish, I mean, I can see that those SMTs at the highs on the 15, and then we broke on the 15 lower. And this could be a potential market maker sell model back down to that Sunday opening level, to the new week opening gap here. Some people call it like head and shoulders. Like they'll think that this is the left shoulder, that's the head, and the right shoulder. And it'll go down to the neckline here, yeah. Or market maker sell model. Here you have that divergence. Then we have broke on the 15-minute. It's totally not out of the question. I'll reassess. But yeah, it's totally not out of the question. One second. Yeah, not out of the question. Could totally happen. Resize it a bit. So let's see on the one. It just retraced into a 15-minute FEG on NASDAQ. Are you getting, for those that are bearish, are you getting a bearish displacement on the one? No, not really. It's kind of funny. Like even this like move downwards hasn't been so fast and furious either, hasn't been totally respecting. It came back and took this high out, That being said, I wanted this to get taken out for me to join again. But this move down, we're not breaking a short-term low with any kind of displacement for the bear side. So I can't really flip bearish. I just got to work with this barcode right now in ES. Or you can, I'm choosing not to work with it because I'm like, I'm not in the mood for any Costco chicken right now. That's the truth. That's what I said. Is like, yeah, if it just accumulates, dude, in this area, which we have been doing, not interested. It's gonna be a bleh Monday morning, But hey, this is good because it we're practicing, we're refining our patience, we're refining our skills, saying, okay, refining how we're gonna like make a new plan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you know? So can't be complaining because most of the time the market is, well, like half the time the market literally is like this. So you gotta get used to how you're gonna adjust. But this is hell. Like if someone is continuously trading, this is like FAFO market. This is how you lose a ton of money. You blow up accounts, honestly. If you decide to trade in this back and forth, grindy range where 1 minute candles are like half the range or more, right? It's awful. It's a good day. I followed my plan. Said I looked for a shift here, tried. And we just like here broke it. There's no new trade yet. So right now it's 10 a.m. Let me take a look, see at the hourly. All right, we'll see. Maybe make a new low. That would be cool. If one of them sweeps the low, the other doesn't. Could look for a reversal potential. But like the previous hourly low, I'm thinking about the new low of the session. And so far, she's not doing much. It ain't much. Previous hourly low on ES, previous on, then Q will just like mark out new low day, you know? See what the vibe is. Truly, this is wild. How slow. This is what summer trading is like, though. So, gotta get used to it. Someone said this price action is not my president. That's funny. I like setups that are screaming at me. I have to turn my head sideways. It's a no. Yeah, word. Someone said I'll go take a nap will happen while I'm sleeping. Maybe. We'll see. We're heading up towards my levels right now. We'll see. I said I wouldn't really love it if we just wick it. Have I bought? Not yet. You'll see if I bought. There'll be lines. Nazi poo. She's going. Let's see. This is what I totally love. Is like NASDAQ was weaker at the beginning. Now it's stronger. Don't totally love it. I'm gonna wait to see if ES catches up because otherwise that could just be a SMT. So we're just retracing into this 5 minute SIBI. We'll see what happens. On the one. We did close above, did we close? Yeah, we closed above that short-term high. And we closed above the first presented fair value gap of the day. And we left a displacement on NASDAQ, so looks somewhat promising. ES is not caught up. To be honest, I'd rather wait until ES catches up. This could be a divergence to go short later. We'll see. We'll see when it comes back into here. Is it going to respect this huge FEG it made, or is it going to invert it? Then it could potentially, go lower. Yeah, I just don't totally love this setup. ES was a stronger one before, and I want a long ES. I wrote it here. I'd rather long ES, and ES is not showing that same price action. So ES just like retrace into this 15-minute FEG. That's what it did. So did NASDAQ, and it's not really looking too hot for the NASDAQ here. We'll see. We'll see. I won't be afraid to long if it breaks it again to the upside. So that's what I'm like kind of waiting for. So I want ES to confirm. Just been seeing, I see it both ways at the moment right now. Like it could continue just chopping up and down. ES dug into this order block. It's holding its FEG, but it didn't close, it didn't take that new high. So I'm waiting for it to take another high essentially. I don't want to be longing this. Like it'd just be not enough like momentum for us to go higher at the moment. We might need to accumulate more down the downside. Stop more people out, you know? That's my thought process. Because this divergence, I don't love it. Let's see. If we do break this high, then, you know, that's a pretty easy stop for me to put it below here. For ES, it completely dug into this order block. So let's see. It's wicking. Wicking. You need a lot of patience for this market, to be honest. So a lot of people ask me, how do you become patient? I mean, you literally have to just practice by sitting at the screen. Say out loud what you want to see. If it doesn't happen, if what you want to see doesn't happen, then you don't take the trade. It's like a crazy concept, but it's easier said than done. So unfortunately, we didn't take this high of a displacement. We didn't take this 62.43 area for ES. For NASDAQ, we couldn't hold above that 22.850 area. So yeah, there we are. We're dropping back lower. To be honest, I want to see us sweep like previous hourly low for me to go long. There's nothing there. Okay. What time is it? It's 10:17. Okay. Summertime. Ooh la la. Let's see what happens with NASDAQ. I mean, the thing is, if someone is bearish and they're going for like these lows, you need to also see displacements below short-term lows. Like you get like this inversion, and then the issue is I don't even think that we're cleanly distributing to the downside either. So you'd want to see a nice clean break below this low, and then a continuation quick, versus yeah, what we've been doing is kind of just like reversing, rebalancing, completely filling, coming back, sweeping, wicking back and forth. It's not really easy for either side. So yeah, this was disappointing on ES. You were holding for a minute, that's what we've seen a couple times already. We've hold the bullishness for a minute here and then it reverses. It doesn't have any sustained move higher. And that could just be that we're too deep in a premium, we need to accumulate more. So I'm willing to wait for that. I'm willing to wait for that next accumulation and manipulation to get the distribution back to the upside. So like right now we're inside previous hourly candle. Let's tape read this on NASDAQ to see if it follows this bearish order flow. Let's see if this is a bearish FEG it created. Yeah, it did sweep this, which is where some people probably put their stops, right? If they're longing this and trying to break out, they probably put their stop here. So let's see if this is like an area of rebalancing, people flipping back to the short side. I don't know, we'll see. If it doesn't hold, then like truly we have just a choppy market. That's not really worth my money, right? All right, so far it held for NASDAQ. Let's see if it breaks another low of the displacement. Yes, near that new low of day. Yeah, NASDAQ is breaking lower. It looks like it's delivering. It's following bearish order flow pretty decently. Back in the 4-hour. ES made new low of session. So here now, yeah, you have some bearish breaker, so low before the high that swept some liquidity into a 15-minute. See, I'm gonna switch to 30-second for a minute. You could probably find a scalp for NASDAQ shorts, honestly. Hmm. On the 1 minute. "19 seconds left in this candle." Yes, hit that new low. I think it's worth a try for trying to scalp NASDAQ. Let me try to think about that for a second. Yes, took the new low though. All right, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna look for NASDAQ to take new low of day, and then, I mean, maybe even here. If it doesn't deliver in like 2 minutes, I'm probably gonna cut it soon. Literally. This needs to be just like wick and then go lower quickly. This is the new week opening gap. I think it could get to there. I just don't love that US made new low of day. But NASDAQ was weaker before, so I gotta try it out. I want to see now like more displacements quick, like in the next 2 minutes that we break below this. Yeah, this low should get broken soon. Where's the new low day here? Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Not saying it's not doing that, so I'm probably gonna cut it. See, I don't really like this. Yeah, I can just see us chopping back and forth. I'm giving this one more like 30 seconds. If it doesn't like drop, if we stay in, especially if we close above this, I'm just gonna cut it quick for like negative 10 points or something. Or negative 5, we'll see. Is this on the 30-second? This closes here, then I'm totally gonna cut it. If that's just a wick and then it comes down, then we're pretty much fine, but let's see on the 1 minute, it's being a POS, honestly. It's just chopping. It's trashy. It's going back again. I honestly feel like this is annoying. I think that we could make a new low of the day. That's totally possible. The question is how, you know? A 30-second, let's see this. Yeah, closed. I'm closing this for negative like 13 points. That's not worth it. Not worth it. All right, I'm still gonna wait for like a sweep below previous hourly low. For the move back up higher. All right, I'm glad I cut that. It's a blessing. Now let's see if that's a reversal. Yes, took previous hour low. Nasdaq didn't do it yet, honestly. I mean, I'll know if ES takes out this 62.43 closes above of a displacement if I'm interested in the longs. Dude, if we just go back and sweep this low again, it's just literally we're in the seek and destroy. It has a fall through to like the first low, takes out the high, takes out the low. I would love it if we came back and took out this high again. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see, you guys. I mean, seriously, you look at just from New York session, it's a mess. It's a bit of a mess there. Negative 13 points on this. I'm happy because that full stop out would have been like negative 20 or something. La la la. All right. I'm literally looking for a sweep. Okay, this is my game for them. Sweep previous hourly low on NQ. Yes, already did it. So maybe now, maybe NASDAQ will sweep this low. Yes, whatever. If it does or doesn't, even better if it doesn't. So then there's a divergence and we go up higher. That's basically it. And honestly, that might just happen in the afternoon. It's really not, yeah, it's not easy for either side because the longs, some people might have tried the longs on NASDAQ here, and then they got stopped out here or here. And then some people might have tried the shorts that got stopped out there. Honestly, it could come back up there again. Or shorting here, getting stopped in here, like back when it retraced. It's really seek and destroy. It's just consolidating. It's fine. Accumulation. Don't want to overstay a welcome if you're scalping. And then for if you're day trading, you don't really want to overtrade it. NASDAQ. ES is like truly barcode. Truly. 33 to 43, 10-point barcode, and you got 1 minute candles that are about 5 points. I don't love it. Hate it. So like even people that might be going for this gap fill down here, I mean, there's certainly people that got stopped here during this run up. Certainly people that got stopped out here. It's truly, it's not really that great for either side, for either side. So I'm gonna just stick to the long bias and the plan of waiting for, you know, sweep of this and then bullish shift up, or if there's no shift, then like we might come back to here. But before that, it's pointless for me. I gotta be careful because honestly, NFP weeks I hate NFP. It's the last day of the month too, so there's a lot of rebalancing going on between this and the last like 5 to 15 minutes of the day. Pretty much there's typically a lot of volatility because all the mutual funds are rebalancing their portfolios. It's like that 350 macro, the end of day macro, probably going to be volatile today. The market on close. So far, this is crazy. I'm glad I cut this here. This was trash. I said if we come back now and take out like this low, for example, if we take out 812 or something, I mean, you really have just trash action on both sides because pretty much there's no sustained movement in either direction. ES certainly weaker a little bit. What happened, ES? You're supposed to be stronger. Supposed to play more catch up. More accumulation, that's what's happening. I mean, hey, the wicks be wicking, you guys. What's this hourly look like? Hourly. I mean, there's literally an hourly wick going on here. It's not out of the question. I think another hourly wick will happen. Let's sweep out the previous. ES is literally doing it again. Like we already swept the previous. It's below previous hourly low. Previous 4-hour low too. Which is, yeah, that makes sense. It's previous 4-hour low. Yeah, ES making new lows on the session. Here NASDAQ taking out that low that I said. It's really quite difficult for both sides, honestly. Shorts getting stopped out, longs getting stopped out. So I have my level here. We never reached it on ES 62, 43, 50. NASDAQ can't hold above 850s for longs. So I'm not trying to diddle in the middle. Tried a little scalp here, then cut it really pretty quick. Gave it like 3 minutes. I said I wanted it to go quickly. After this candle on the downside, this one came back to the upside. We were like, ugh, gross. All right, let's see. ES made a new swept the low again. NASDAQ not there yet. What's YM doing? Anyone trading gold today? Why I'm below, making new lows on the session. Let's see gold. What's gold up to? What's she up to? Oh man, we got to that 4-hour low I wanted from last week. Okay, cool. We got to the 32.69 area on gold. Right? This was a 4-hour low I was looking for. There was still liquidity below it on the daily and such. All right. Happened during Asia. Oh, happened during, okay, here. Yes, oh, Friday, yeah, Friday. Who's trading gold today? Or crude oil? Certainly, honestly, if you like pain, you're trading the NASDAQ today. Wow, yeah, so crude had like, yeah, those huge expansions from the trade news, and then it's really is accumulating for another move soon. I would put 63.90s 7 as a level and see if we close below that with displacement, we're gonna end up going all the way back into this range. We're gonna go back to the 58s. If it continues to consolidate like this. It's definitely certainly no like 4-hour to the upside to try to look for a retracement into this huge move down yet. CES. So let me know, did you take a trade today? And are you, let's see here. Oh, I'll put ES. My bad. All right, cool. Let me know, did you take a trade today? It is not easy because, I mean, look at NASDAQ and ES. If you look at the 15, NASDAQ deeply retraced there, and then ES didn't, and later it did retrace in this 15-minute, then retraced again higher, dug again, second drive, made a low, new low of the session. NASDAQ didn't. Yeah, you got divergences on both sides, which I don't love. So that's what I don't really love. It's like, okay, the divergence here, where I said, okay, for the longs, I need ES to break above that. So at least I saved the longs here, but I tried to short a little bit too late here. I should have just shorted that. Could have gotten a scalp there, but shorted too late there when ES already made a new low of the day. But that's why basically I was really quick to cut it, you know, for a 0.5R there. Cut that real quick. Because then you have a divergence there at the low. ES making new low, NASDAQ not. So we're really just ping-ponging a bit. I prefer, I'd love for NASDAQ to kind of sweep previous hourly low and then have a reversal to the upside caused by that. Like maybe it's generating some equal lows here, you know. has some liquidity, but I prefer if it took the previous hourly low. Let's see, this hourly low, honestly, it might just happen during 12 o'clock when this is the new previous hourly low, the 11. But this is a difficult session to be trading, to be live streaming too. Let's see. I mean, those that trade bear flags are just we're making a giant bear flag on the NASDAQ, essentially. Got my electrolytes. $10.45. Let's see. What do you guys think the 1050 macro will be? Let me know. Let me know. What do you think will happen? Do you think that 1050? Will we continue to downside? Is that when like NASDAQ will start to reprice to new low of day and perhaps even the 6 p.m. open? Maybe I got in too early over there earlier. Mix of too early and too late, right? Let me know. Or do you think it's just going to be a BS barcode action like we've had this whole morning? Just be careful. Don't put a lot of emphasis on just the 10, what happens from 1050 to 1110. Let's see here. YouTube. Let me know. What do you think? What do you think? Someone says it has to break 22,800s for me to get interested in a longs again. Don't know about the dip. Someone said they're out for another small loss. Yeah, Anthony, it's tough. Anthony Ram, man. Yeah. Hey, it's okay. Keep your losses small. It took like negative 13 points on Nasdaq. It's fine. Keep a tight loss. It's easy to come back from that. Just don't let it snowball. Let's see. Someone said no trades. Someone said all eyes on previous hourly low. Victor said no trades today and feeling like a patience wizard. Their maker said he took shorts on Dow Jones 20 minutes after the opening and he got 1% profit done for the day. Kind of tricky today. Oh, yeah. Cool. Yeah, I feel like the only real like trade today that was quick and easy is if you like position yourself on the 15-minute before the open and then just got the drop at the open. So like from here at shorting in this 15-minute. So like from 880s. So because since then, right, we dropped into the 4-hour and we're just accumulating. So you know, sometimes before, if you hit the point of interest before 10, right? If you hit the point of interest before 10, like the 4-hour or whatever, it might just accumulate like we have been seeing. Kind of ugly. It's kind of remarkable. NASDAQ still didn't make a new low of the session. While ES, it kind of made like another equal low there. All in all, I'm pretty sure we're just flat on the day. Like we're probably up 0.0%. Let's see. NASDAQ is up 0.36% and ES is up 0.2% on the day. So, and we pretty much started like up 0.4, 0.5%. So given that, it's not like really a day to beat yourself up about if you have like a tiny loss. If you're not a scalper within the range, if you're like in the reversal or trend trader, then hey, you can't really, if the market didn't give it to you, doesn't have anything to do with your execution or performance. It's just that, oh, it's a seek and destroy market. It's a FAFO market. F around, find out. Looks like we're having SMT on the hourly. Yeah, that's what I think I was pointing out. Not really loving it. It's not McDonald's. I'm not loving it. It really does feel like there's not really much behind any of these moves, right? Because you can't have continuation. So there's not a lot of market participation. I wouldn't be surprised if, if someone, I don't really use volume indicator, but I really wouldn't be surprised if today's volume is very low for the morning session compared to others. It feels like this is accumulating for a move later. So I'd rather see an obvious like manipulation. If it ain't easy, I don't want it. We'll see. What's chat saying? Xanderman says he thinks 1050 will do macro sweep higher and then go down. We'll see. It's 1050 right now, right? So we can remove this. 1050. Nasdaq's pretty much in the middle of the morning's range. ES more towards the lower end. Disappointing price action. But the important thing to do is like not overtrade it, right? Put smaller risk. I put on a tiny risk to try maybe a continuation short for NASDAQ from 820 since we couldn't hold that 850 level. We broke another low. No, you're not even going to get a continuation trade to new low if ES made a new low day. It's not. I quickly cut that. So you got to keep the tight stops tight. It's important, yeah. And it's not like I immediately went to try to flip long. I was like, all right, well, it's still not confirming the upside either. So it's kind of crazy. I have points of interest here at like 850 and 796. Like that's just a 60-point range on NASDAQ. I remember back in the day, we would get 1 minute 50-point candles. So that was like in April, right? But, typically NASDAQ range, I mean, even the recent couple weeks, it's typically like 100 points, 150 points. If it's a good range on the day, it's like 200 on the morning session. So it's kind of remarkable that I have these like the edges of this range marked out. We're spending most of the time just in the middle, and that's how you kind of know it's seek and destroy. Just hanging out in the middle most of the time. And like last swing high before the swing low is not respected. Last swing low before the swing high is not respected. So you're just getting a lot of mumbo jumbo. Let me know. Let me know what you guys think. I think, like I said, at some point this week, I do think we'll reprice to 22,751 on the NASDAQ. Because, that's the opening gap. That's low. We never repriced to that. We just went shot up straight from that. We typically have a lower wick in the weekly. But that being said, it doesn't mean it's going to get there in a clean way. And also doesn't mean it'll get there today or this session. Get there tomorrow. We don't know. We can get there during NFP. It really does look like a giant bear flag. Like NASDAQ made these equal lows. I said that maybe it's generating these equal lows. Take them out later. I don't trust those lows to stay intact. I wouldn't be longing this. That's for certain. I would, yeah. It's a lot of barcode. Lenny Bradford said he went to break even quick in this market. He made $5.78 and he's happy about it. There you go. Yeah, to be honest, like Going break even quick is not a bad idea, especially if you want expansions. If it took out if you got in at like here, let's say, yeah, it was probably better than trying to short there. Yeah, honestly, that's why I cut it quickly. I was like, it's not the greatest short idea. Um, let's say you did short this and then it took this low, and just putting break even here, that's a good idea because we're just going back and forth. So this is like we're inside the previous hourly candle in NASDAQ still. It's wild, you guys. We broke new low today on ES at 1022. 1, 2, 3 times before NASDAQ didn't break a new low session.
Hey, morning, Tanya.
Good morning, Stowe. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Just we're just narrating, dealing with this barcode price action. Not the greatest. Not the greatest. Tried along at like 940 and then stopped out pretty quick, 949, and then that's basically it. Try to short a Nasdaq, and then I cut that before I went to my full stop out because I was like, it's I wanted it to distribute quickly, and we're just chopping back and forth, and there's no point. And then since then, I kind of just pay a little bit to see what the price action's like, and then holding off. We've been waiting and waiting until these levels get reached for ES to get above like 62.43 for longs, hold above, and NASDAQ 854s. We're just not doing it. So what can you do?
Yep.
It's low last day of the month. Yeah, NFP on Thursday because it's a holiday on Friday.
Yep.
You got any 4th of July plans?
Yes, I'm gonna go back home. I grew up like in a very, very small town. So we always go home and do like small town, oldie timey Americana. This is what we refer to it as.
Nice.
Like 4th of July parade. There's like chicken barbecue at the fire hall, stuff like that. But my kid loves that, and it's maybe the coolest parent thing that I've discovered so far is taking your kid through like the exact same thing that you did as a kid. It's really awesome to watch them go through that and enjoy it. So,
Aw, that's
yeah.
adorable. Aw.
It's really funny. Yeah, it brings back a bunch of memories. So it's super fun. That's my plan. How about you? What are you gonna do?
I'm actually going to a wedding on July 4th, so that'll be
okay.
Yeah, it'll be good. Out on Long Island, yeah. So it's gonna be a fun day, and then like, sleeping over there by the wet venue. It's like deep Long Island, so it'll be good. Yeah. Honestly, New York is fun because like everyone just goes all out on their fireworks, so it's super fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I like Long Island. There was like a I forget what part it was. There was a venue I would play all the time that was right, like it was like 2 blocks away from the Amityville Horror House. So we would always go over there and cruise by that on the way to the venue. That's all I can remember about Long Island.
Oh, that's cool. Honestly, I've never done like those horror houses. I'm okay. I don't want to need somebody to scare me. I'm already a little jumpy person. Then also, I tell my friends, like some of my friends, they go like skiing, they like go like roller coasters, like a bunch of different things. So you want to go skydiving. I'm like, I think my like day to day is enough like stress, enough like thrill from the NASDAQ and other things that I like. My hobbies, I like it to be slow and relaxing, like golf. We can do some golf. We can do some, music, whatever.
Oh, that's right. I saw you were getting into golf.
Yes, although
That's
that
awesome.
could get frustrating. Not gonna lie, that could get stressful if you let it. Anything can, but I am getting into it. I'm wearing a little golf shirt today, actually.
That's cool.
I'll see if the day after the wedding, I'm gonna look to go on a golf course on Long Island. Got to get those reps in. I think that Anthony's gonna look into having like some kind of tournament. So I'm really below the rest. I'm going to have a very high handicap, but we'll see.
Oh, sweet. Actually, that's a good idea. I'll have a super high handicap too. We'll be secret killers that everybody will want us on their team. You wait and see. The high handicaps are in demand.
Dark horses.
Yes. Yeah. You and
Yeah.
me with the plus 20, we'll be good. Don't worry.
I need like plus 36. No, yeah. Have you looked at this market at all this morning? What's your vibe on it?
Yeah, I just took one trade at this at the bottom of this range.
On
And that's
NASDAQ,
it.
yes.
Yeah, of NASDAQ. That's it. There's
Okay.
there's a bunch of weird. I haven't quite noticed it on the NASDAQ, but on ES there is a bunch of super weird fills going on, which is classic end of the month
Yeah.
stuff. You'll just see like 500 lots show up and then pull, and then 1,000 lots show up and then pull. So I'll try not to read too much into days like today. I've also thought about scratching this out too, because like you said, this low sucks.
Yeah.
It's not great. It feels a little perilous. So
Yeah.
worst case, this is just going to be a scratch trade, but
Oh, I mean, you're totally fine. Yeah. If you're keeping the stops tight, then
yeah.
like it doesn't even matter. Like honestly, like in the end all be all, that's how you just stay chill. It's like, all right, but if it stops me up for like 0.5 R or like a few points on the NASDAQ, it's easy to come back from. And you just wait for an easier market where you see like a low and you're like, yeah, I feel safe putting my stop at that low for me personally.
Yep.
You just be seeing some wicks, crazy wicks, honestly. Like look at like you said on ES, you can totally see where those new lows of day are. Like those are all wicking the new low of the day. It's not, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nasty. Yeah, it's just this it's this dumb back and forth between these blue guys and these red guys. That's it. It looks like there's more blue guys than red guys, so that's not great for me. But I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, the thing is like, if there's lower participation, then it can just change on a dime in like one candle, right?
Yep.
That someone puts in, like you said, those huge orders that are just waiting to get filled. Yeah, so that the hourly just finished. Can't say it, NASDAQ, the hourly candle is within the previous one. So really from 10 to 11, we didn't move.
Oof, yeah. That's nasty.
Simply what happened. And what the nastiest part is really like, yeah, how small the body of the candle is. So that just shows that like wherever we open, we just keep repricing through it, and there's a lot of indecision. And so yeah, nasty market to be part of this morning. Yeah, so good luck on trading this. I wish I had luck. Sorry, but yeah, I think in the chat too, a lot of people are saying they're not loving this action. And it's, hey, I'm not rushing to get involved in this. I'll have some alerts here and there now at these levels that I marked out here for NASDAQ, like 854s, and then like 794s, and like the 750 level. Like, I'm kind of interested in, if we're gonna reach that, that's a new week opening gap.
I like that 854 spot too. That's a good spot.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much I'm saying. It's like, yeah, people don't press the button too hard today. Good luck. Good trading. And yeah, I'm gonna head out.
Cool. Sounds good. Well, I'll see you next week. Have a good 4th.
Thanks. You too. Enjoy.
All right. See you later. Good morning, chat. Woo. Man, it's hot out today. Had to go for my run a little later than normal this morning, and oh boy, I paid the price. That humidity was nasty. Yo, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, thanks, Tanya. Always great to see Tanya. Didn't know there was gonna be a golf tournament. I'm gonna have to start thinking about that. I always golfed my whole life. I golfed in high school specifically because the golf team was the only way that you could get, like, where I grew up, it was in the middle of nowhere. So in order to have a golf meet with other schools, you had to drive like 2 hours to get there. And then, it takes 4 or 5 hours to play 18 holes. So if you're on the golf team, you pretty much get like the whole day off. You get dismissed at like 10 a.m. and you just get to go play golf all day instead of be at school. It was awesome. Plus you get a gym credit. So, but I loved being on the golf team. It was the best. I was always like third. I wasn't quite super good. Also wasn't super bad. Just right in the middle there. Oh, we're getting a little spicy there. Like I was talking about earlier, I'm just kind of playing this long here off of this, this bid support. But keep running into this seller up here. End of the month flows. It's going to be a little whack. It's kind of like a really thin book at the same and thick at the same time. You'll just see, like, at least I'm seeing today, you'll see a bunch of orders come on and get filled. There's just a lot of like business that's being transacted today. So, we just need to take our points when we take them. I might pull this second lot off here. We'll see what happens. The divergence is interesting. Yeah, there's just this 500 lot guy on ES that keeps cruising around. I can't determine any intention. Just keep seeing like he's getting filled on the bid in the 33s and then keeps selling up here. Now he's on the offer at 39. It seems to be similar positioning. He keeps getting filled. So that's just what I've kind of got my eye on here. Let's see if we can push past him now. Nope. Well, I'm going to take those 16 points. That's plenty. Yeah. Good morning, Michael. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Drunk Radish. Good morning. Drunk Radish, you might find this interesting. This is a beer thing. This is not related to anything, but I know Drunk Radish likes beer. I recently stopped drinking beer, and I've been going down the rabbit hole of, there's a bunch of non-alcoholic IPA options. And so, I was trying those, and then I also decided to, and they're close. They get close. They're a lot better than I thought they would be. But the non-alcoholic Guinness is the same beer. It's crazy. If you're familiar with Guinness at all, I encourage you to try the non-alcoholic one and tell me it's not the same. It's exactly the same. Athletic beer is good, but I think I like the Sierra Nevada ones better. I think that they're better, IPA wise. And then there's another one that I'm trying that was called, it's called Good Day. The IPA, not quite as good as the Sierra one. So currently Sierra's in first place. I'm going to go through them all. Try to rank them all. Guinness is exactly the same. Isn't that crazy, man? So weird. I was blowing my mind yesterday. So that was cool. No, I haven't tried the Lagunitas one yet, but that's on the list. I'll go through them all. But yeah, it's something. It might be that, like, I don't know. The stupid tick thing, like, it's kind of got me all messed up. So just chilling. Stella's close. Okay, thank you, Jay. I'll put that on the list too. Oh, good morning, Chuck. First time. Welcome. Well, all right. 11:08 gang's all here, probably. Edwin, I don't like gin to begin with, though. So, I'm just not a cocktail guy. I know, Jim. Sorry, Jim. I'm just not a cocktail guy. I'm not a cocktail guy. Beer guy. Gin Cagnina. Good morning, Jim. Good morning. All right. Well, oh, that's spicy. Now we're getting some moves. But I'm still pretty happy with this on the day. Yep. Okay, so let's go back. Let's talk about the open. I was chilling watching Nick last night and actually caught a Globex trade in the Ninja account. So we can go back and scope that out. All right, so here we have our open. We gapped up over the small. This is Leo's favorite kind of gap, the extended trading hours gap. This is a fake gap, by the way. This is not real. But we had an aggressive move right off the open. And I was watching Nick's stream, and I noticed at like right in front of the 800s, there was 1,000 lots sitting on the offer. Now, that's weird. It's weird for Globex. Yeah, it's the end of the month. But that coupled, so three things got into my head here. Big move up. The bid was being extremely supportive and was refreshing. And then I saw that big target up there. Now, this is kind of a thing that it's just anecdotal, so I don't have any stats on this. But a lot of times when you see that big positioning in Globex, it usually gets pulled as soon as you get up to it, and then price rams through it. So, once this was on, I just put 2 lots on here and set those as my targets and grabbed about 30 points. Just a quick Globex base hit. Went to bed. That was good. And sure enough, once we did get up here, they pulled all 1,000 lots. Yeah. And then, price continued to go up. It held its VWAP, all that happy stuff. And then we get into the European opening range, which is what we look at for our Globex pivot coming into our normal trading. And yeah, it doesn't look great. It was pretty wishy-washy. Sold off was a small pivot, and then price above it. They made a new all-time high during the Globex session, so that's good to note. But that's sitting up there now. It does look like some exhaustive excess. I didn't look at the books. I don't know what kind of orders went through up there, but just glance at it. And then, we open right below the European opening range, and we sell pretty aggressively. So I don't know. I'm not reading too much into that, but there's obviously we're pretty short off of it right now. So yeah, that's what I've got with that. We can pull up our high time frame guy and take a gander. All right, so this is the last day that we can use this monthly VWAP band, and my word, we sure are. We sure are above it. So this is a pretty big trend based on, the previous month's value, however you want to feel about VWAPs and VWAP areas. We're well above the +2, which is giga trend, but also you got to be wary of reversals and, retracements back into a more valuable part of the market. Yeah, we just keep grinding higher. That's what we're up to up here. Once we left this top of this balance area at 283, it's been pretty straight up with good pullbacks the whole time. Pull back to the +2. Yeah, I mean, that was a good pullback that we bought last week on the weekly +1, and then pull back to the monthly +2 again. It's behaving. Yeah. And this is also a good thing to note. So we've started a new week. And what I do at the beginning of the new week, I'm pretty sure it's Monday, pretty sure, is we look at the previous week's +1 and +2 and VWAP itself to give us an idea of, where we're going to be. So for the next 2 days, instead of using the actual weekly bands that we're in, I'm going to use these as reference points. And it's just general. These are zones. They're not, levels to stick to and just blindly buy. But we're going to be looking at 690 here as a good spot to continue long. And, if we lose 690, then we're going to look at 390. And this will kind of be, a choppy area to think about. Once we lose this 690, then I'll be less excited to be super long. But yeah, that's just how I use those. So we'll use that for Monday and Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we'll kind of use a combination of both the previous week's VWAP closes and whatever the current week is doing. So maybe we can talk about that on Thursday. Yeah. Yep. So that's that. Let's see what we're actually doing now. I see. We're digging a hole again. James asks, what are my opening ranges based off of Stowe? So I use a 5-minute opening range for RTH. So this is the 5-minute OR high, OR low, OR mid. That's that. This green guy here is the 30-second opening range of the London Open. I also will glance at a 30-second NQ opening range, but I also find that's why I have the RTH open just printed here. That's kind of what I use instead of that for this chart, because I don't want to throw a billion ranges on here. There would literally be nothing for you guys to look at. Yeah, a lot of selling down here. Yep. Pelican Bay Beak Breaker IPA. Okay, good to know. Oh, I'm sorry, James. No, I wasn't ignoring you. I was just talking about the thing. I promise. I got to you, brother. I just like the I don't really pay much attention to what Globex is up to, but that just gives me an idea of. So I'm right now we're trading the end of the London session basically. So this like 9:30 to 11:30 is when both markets are partying at the same time. And I just like to infer how one of those markets opened. In the same way that like when we're trading RTH, it's important to note where we opened and where price is relative to that. I also like to see where London opened and where price is relative to that. So as London closes into 11:30, we could like, are we super short off of that? Could they cover, into their close, like that sort of thing? Are they trending off of their open? So like this is not a good example of trending off of their open. So when I look at this, like this open, their open here, London auctioned the hell out of this, frankly. So I mean, spent time below, spent time above, spent time below, spent time back in the middle. So this is not a real like something I can glean much off of. as far as trend goes. But I don't know, man. Let me see if I can find another one. No, that one's not very good. Just go back here. Yeah, this was a decent one. This was June 26th, last Wednesday. I don't know. I suck with days, but yeah. If you look at this, the price spent a lot of time above the London Open, and then once we lost it in RTH, it became a pretty important pivot. Sold off of it several times. So, and then once we broke through it, it also became really good support for the rest of the day. So this whenever it has like clear direction overnight, I find it serves as a better pivot for the RTH session, at least into the London close. So after 11:30, I don't really pay too much attention to it then, because we have enough information from our own RTH trading session, the Chicago trading hours. I don't want Pax on me about New York versus Chicago. Hey, you're welcome, Mr. Deck. I'm happy to get out of that trade. You're welcome, Dan. I might have to get back in. Let's see, did ES make a new low? No, it didn't. No, it did not. Man, I'm drinking some weird coffee today. Ooh, edge alert. Euro FX futures break US initial balance to new session highs. Upside target 1.1824. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Robot Jim. Curtis made too much money today, so it's time to call it quits. Great. Meeks, those green boxes are that's the London 30-second opening range. No, American Trader, I'm sorry, I don't trade crude. CL and I have a deal. We leave each other alone. You know, it was a tough divorce, but we went through it together. We came out the other side. See if we can get this scalpy guy. So we came down. We took these lows a little bit with this. Regained the +1. So just got back in on this retest here. 825.50 is the previous week high. So I'm going to pull that down a little bit. Kind of tighten this up. Just trying to scalp. Tiny range. Bid seems happy, but the book is very weird right now. Let's see, we pull that up in a good spot. 806, 16. So yeah, 10 point stop on that. I don't like that we're spending time below the previous day high like this, but yeah, super weird. Pulling and stacking is being wild today. It's all this ES business is 6230s, 33, 6230 in general. There's like a bit of a low volume node from 29 to 32 that got left on the 5 day. Yeah, what is up with this coffee? I think I got something that was like too nerdy, too coffee nerdy. So I got that new machine, right? It rules. Best coffee machine of all time. But it came with this thing. So they like every Tuesday they send you a text and they're like, hey, this brewer made this special coffee for, blah, blah, blah. If you want a bag, just text back yes. So it's kind of a cool way to just never have to buy coffee again. And it's pretty good. It's like $20. And they just send you a bag of coffee every week, which is great. That way I don't have to worry about it. It just shows up and I get to try new stuff. But I think this is at a coffee nerd level that I wasn't prepared for. It's made with like fermented, they like ferment the beans. It smells weird. It smells very weird. It tastes very strange. So I'm kind of going through it today on the coffee front. Oh, I don't know, Jeffrey. Why are closed captions not available? Can they do that? I don't know how YouTube works. Can you do live closed captions? I see. So I'm told that it introduces too much latency in the stream. If you notice, our delay is very, very, very small. I think it's just a second or two. And yeah, so that's why. So there's a production answer. You're welcome. Yes, James, I did become profitable after using Order Flow Labs. I've told that story many times. Order Flow Labs was a really, really big part of my journey in general. But yeah, I mean, the help of the community and Job and Cap and Leo specifically were, I don't know, paramount to me being able to make it. For sure. Not just in processing stuff and not just with the tools. I mean, the tools work for me because this is what I trade and this is what I look at to trade. Like I'm trading order flow and these are really good order flow tools. So that's why they work. The tools themselves don't make you profitable. But they also happen to be really good people and they care about traders and they care about people who are going through the trading journey because they went through it too. And so it was that part really that allowed me to hang on through the really hard years. And they were hard. It sucks to lose. It sucks. Hey, Mike, how do you do, bud? It's not, James, it's not a strategy. Like the order flow labs is not a strategy. It's tools that allow you to see what is happening with order flow. And it looks like that. Looks like that view up gave it a big no. My word. Yeah, order flow labs is not a strategy. It's tools that allow you to look at order flow, see what it's doing, and then trade off of that. So what it does is it allows you to visualize a bunch of stuff that's happening that is otherwise more difficult to visualize. Oh, Omni, I got this thing called it's called Aiden, and it's the brand is Fellow Coffee. And the thing about Aiden Coffee Maker is that it's meant to make pour over quality coffee, which is what I like when I go to a coffee place. I don't normally get espresso. I just normally get like their coffee, pour over. But it allows you to do that in like a coffee machine that mimics a drip coffee machine, but it's not. It's doing pour over stuff inside of a black box. That's the best way to say it. And they do like there's a bunch of crazy stuff that they do in the brewing profiles. But they all program that. They program that for you based on the coffee that you choose, and they have like different bloom temperatures and times and all kinds of wacky coffee nerd stuff. But it's cool. You're welcome, Mr. Deck. Thanks, Shravin. I appreciate you, bud. But anyways, James, to finish answering your question, yeah, they have a Discord. It's the Discord community is something that, I mean, it's less about having. That's where all the education is. So you're going to need that for sure. It's honestly like it's got to be hundreds of hours of educational material on the tools and how they work. Because the point is, you get in there and then you make the tools your own based on what you want to see. Are you gonna sell now? We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose this second guy. We got down to 800. But yeah, they have a Discord. They're great. It's not a magic button. It's not a magic anything. But that's the only thing I've ever promoted as something that I was proud to promote. So take that for what you want. PE, these bands are VWAP bands, and this is set to regular trading hours, which is, starts at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. These bottom bands are -1, -2. This is the RTH VWAP itself, this thing that changes red and green. And then this is +1 and +2 up here. So there you go. What up, Hardball Trader? What up? What up? I'm having a good Monday. Feeling good. As hot as that run was, I'm just happy that I did it. That's the most I've been able to run since this dumb tick. Let's see. Tildius, how many years in total? I assume you're asking me how long I've been trading. This is my 5th year, I think. Pretty sure I've been trading for 4.5 years. Now, how much of that was serious or any good? I don't know. Maybe about 3 months. No, I think, 4.5. Yay, big cat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I do, James, I do trade full time, yes. James, the order flow, the workspace, you don't have to configure your own. This is available. It looks close to this. There's a lot of stuff that that is different on here for the purpose of the stream. Like a lot of these numbers are a lot bigger than I would normally have them be, just for visual purposes for the stream. But yeah. God, good morning, Elias. Hey, brother. Jay Torres says, "Hey, Stowe, how many levels of market depth do you recommend on the DOM?" I don't. What do you mean? I mean, level 2 is smart. I mean, unless you're making a joke about level 3 and level 4 data, there's only two. It all depends on. I think it has to do with what your data provider is, how many you can get. I know Rhythmic is a ton. Denali is a ton. Um, if you're talking about strikes up and down the book. But I take as much as I can get. No, James, I don't use footprint charts. I mean, I kind of do because I look at a DOM with an at bid and at ask in it, and that to me is it's telling me like a similar story. But I personally never have been able to look at a footprint chart and delineate a thing from it. That's just me. XY uses a footprint chart masterfully. I know Leo can too. I just can't look at those and pretend I know what's happening because I don't. Shravan asks, "How long have you been able to be free of the working world?" That's a beautiful way to put that. And any advice on trying to make that jump? Man. Well, I've been free of the working world for a year and a half. Not to say that it doesn't come with its own, terrifying level of crushing responsibility. So don't get too excited to be free from the working world. The working world has a lot of conveniences baked into it that you forget about when you're really on your own and responsible for your own destiny. So yeah, take that with a grain of salt. If you're gonna make the jump, I would have a lot of things in place first. I would have a bunch of money. I would have at least 6 months of expenses, a year's worth of expenses for your life, whatever that means to you. Like I'm a dad and a husband, so my wife and we kind of treat it like we're financial partners with whatever we're up to, and so we each have our financial obligations and we have to make sure that we meet them. That's kind of how we treat our bills and our working lives. So, you have to be able to meet your obligations, whatever those might be, different for everybody. You should probably have a strategy that works. You should probably have been able to show that you can win. I mean, you definitely should have. If you don't have that, then you shouldn't quit. It's not going to just occur to you while you're trying to make it without a job. What else would I have? I would have a really good support system. I would have friends that are better at trading than me, that I trust implicitly with, gory details about my life and my trading. Because you have to be able to be brutally honest with your peers and yourself throughout this process. Otherwise, you can get sucked into, a world where, you're not being totally honest about your losses. You're not being totally honest about your stats and your win rate. And that's not a healthy place to be. So, yeah, you need a community of at least a couple people around you that you can trust implicitly, and that you're talking to all the time. Ideally, they've been through this already, and they're able to help you with that part of the transition, because there's a bunch of unknowns that happen every time you make a change in trading, whether that is like a regime changes. It can be, something happens in your life that changes, either, your job changes. All of a sudden you're dropping off your kid at camp instead of school. So like your whole morning routine is an hour behind. Like any sort of variable that you introduce into your trading equation is going to ripple and cause some sort of change to happen mentally, etc. And the big ones are when you're just alone without a job to back you up as a backstop. without a secondary source of income, when you're just alone and need to make money from the market, that messes with your head a lot. And that is a big, big, big mental hurdle to overcome. And it's going to take a good support system, and it's going to take vigorous, responsibility from you in order to be able to power through that and to create new habits, create a new standard operating procedure. And you're not going to know how to deal with it until you're in it. So you have to give yourself a money buffer, emotional buffer. Have to make sure you can manage your risk and make sure that you're not going to blow up when you get faced with those new mental challenges. So I wouldn't make the shift unless you are severely confident in your abilities mentally as a trader to adapt, to be honest with yourself, manage your risk, not do dumb stuff, because the market is a very powerful tool. This is a game of limitless opportunity in both directions. And this thing can take everything from you just as easily as it can give it all to you. So if you're going to really play with fire, you need to be ready. That's what I would say. I take it very, very seriously. I also don't take it very seriously, but I mean, that part I take extremely seriously and hold that, I hold that ethos in me every day, that's important. And then it's also important to, like goof around and make sure you're still having fun, because it's fun. It's supposed to be cool. I also trade because I love the game. Oh, I guess my final point on that is, if you don't love to do this, like just don't. It's not worth it. It's not worth doing if you don't love to do it. Like, money is fine or whatever, but like at some point it's going to suck so hard that if you don't love to do it, then there's no point in doing it. Oh, I got to get to the stats. Sorry, I almost forgot. That was a big ramble. Okay, so last week was the first week trading minis. Like I said, I'm just going to do that on a funded account, not my cash account. We're going to take at least 3 weeks of this experiment. So this is week 1. Switching to minis, and the stats are interesting. Also, I'm going to close this trade. We keep banging up against this VWAP. All this absorption here. I'm just trying to take base hits. Got 16 points on that second contract. Let's just be done. It can keep going if it wants to. I don't care. I got enough locked in for the day. And I want to talk about these stats. So let's do it. Zoom in. Let's see how big can it be? Oh, get this dumb thing out of here. There we go. All right. All right, cool. So this is last week. I didn't trade it on Monday. So this is Tuesday through Friday, really. I mean, I've got Monday in the date thing just to show you. I'll have to remember to put Sunday on there for next week, because I did take that Globex trade. I'll have to make a note of that. So yeah, interesting stuff. So total number of trades, 53. That's pretty low for Old Stow. I'm only doing 2 lots. So let's try to unpack this compared to what we were looking at normally from the stats. So old strategy was using micros, 4 lots. This is minis, 2 lots. And our old total number of trades would be like a normal week would be 130 to 160 round trips total. And that's on 4 lots. Here we have 53. So it's a little, I mean, it's less for sure, which I'm happy about. That means I am being more selective, which is part of this experiment. So that's good. Yeah. Where the stats get interesting, though, is win rate, 62%. That's high, quite high for me. 55 is high. I'm looking for 53 to 54 on average with the old way, right? And I mean, we're in experiment land, so we don't know what's going to happen right now. So we're taking this all in as it comes. So first week, 62% win rate. Our win-loss ratio is sub 1. Also interesting. When I look at this, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. So our a good old win-loss ratio for the old bracket and for the old strategy with micros was 1.25 to 1.35 was the average that we shot for. Now, this is obviously just 1 week. But since we're using less lots and I'm tightening up that stop on the second lot more often, I think that is where that 0.91 is coming from. But I'll have to see. I'll have to see how next week shakes out. So, but either way, what this is telling us is we are hitting our first contract in the bracket a lot. We're hitting that quite a bit. So that's good. We are not hitting our second contract very often. So that's something to think about. And that's also why I wanted to take that base hit on that, that's why I wanted to take these 16 points. Just take them. Because this has come back on me enough times that, why am I letting 16 points on a mini sit out there like that? That's stupid. So I'm trying to be a little more base hit heavy, a little more scalp heavy, and see if that, I lost my thing. See if that can maybe bring that up. Because we're building a new strategy right now together with minis. And ultimately, the point of the strategy is like to make money. So we need to find the most logical path to do that with, to match my personality and to match the way that I trade. So, but yeah, I thought that was interesting. Way high win rate, 0.9 win-loss ratio. I think that's very interesting. Yeah. I mean, the May to MFE looks great. 298 May to make 474 MFE on average. Like, that's great. That's awesome. So, yeah, it's a lot to think about. Obviously, the P&L is great. It's 10 times what it would have been, right? If I was just doing this on 2 lots of micros, but, and profit factor is good, 151. Yeah. So just something to think about. That the sub 1 win loss ratio is that's an alarm bell. Just need to think about it. All right, let me try to grab some questions before. But yeah, I'll throw this on Twitter so you can look at it again if you want to. But yeah, let me get to a couple questions before the end. Lewis, I will explain. This is a Delta volume profile. If you come hang out with me this afternoon, it's gonna be me and Leo trading the close. I'd be happy to explain that to you. I just kind of ran out of time today. But that's what it's called, Delta volume profile. You can Google it in the meantime if you want to, and then I'm happy to answer questions for you later. Yes, times Roman, I do move my stop often. That's a new thing for me, but I'm getting, oh, nice. Thanks, Jay. See, the chat's helping everybody out. That's awesome. Hey, you're welcome, Felipe. No problem. It's not easy money. That's what Jose, I don't have a YouTube channel. You're in it right now. This is it. I'm on here all the time. So if I had a YouTube channel on the side, that would be crazy. I mean, maybe someday, but I don't know. I'd have to quit doing something else in my life in order to do that. Larry, I just kind of stumbled into a support community with, through Order Flow Labs. I met a lot of people in there, and that's kind of how it happened. You just have to kind of, keep looking around. Also, I found, I met Omni along my journey too, a bunch of other dudes. Omni's in here all the time, so I can shout him out. But yeah, just meet people and talk to them about trading, and eventually you'll find people that are nice. Oh, thanks, Jay. I appreciate you, bud. Meeks, the size is the drawdown is $5,500, I think. So I mean, it's quite small for the risk. It's definitely small for the risk. If I was to do this on a cash account, I would need, maybe like 25K, 30K in there. Not necessarily in the brokerage account all at once, but like 25 to 30K of risk capital set aside for this. So that's why I'm experimenting with it. See what our stats are, see what kind of expectations we can be, and then we'll run some equity curve simulations. We'll run some Monte Carlo stuff too. And once we're at the end of 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks, I don't know. We'll see how much data we have. Hey, Con. Hey, you're here for the morning, bud. Good morning. James, I can't tell you what prop firm I'm using. I'm not interested in promoting anything like that yet. Maybe I will someday, but that's not something that I would say into the microphone. The only thing I've ever told anybody has been great for me and I've recommended, and you can look around the internet. The only thing I've ever said was Order Flow Labs has helped me indefinitely. And so I take promoting things extremely seriously. You're welcome, Chris. You're welcome. Jay, the PTT podcast is not dead. It's just no one has time to make them. Plus, I mean, we made a million episodes and they all are still extremely relevant to how we all trade. Leo is insanely busy and so is AJ. AJ's got his hands full big time. Katie, probably. I stream on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday in the morning from 11 to noon Eastern. And then Tuesday and Thursday, I also typically trade the close from 2:30 to 4. Today, I'm actually trading the close also. So today, bonus session this week. So yeah, you can stop back in at 2:30. We'll still be partying. I don't know if this market will be partying, but end of the month flows is always fun to watch. End of the month close is always super fun. What else we got? No, Loon, I took a break on that. I think I was having a hard time fitting it in. I wasn't doing very good at the Apteros thing. I think I was trying to jam it into all the other trading that I was doing, and it just wasn't working. I was taking really bad trades in it. It kind of happens if you try to trade too much stuff at the same time. So yeah, so I put that on hold for now.
Hey, Stahl.
Hey, Jim. Hey, buddy.
How are you?
Oh, great. Feeling great. How are you?
Good. Hopefully you had a good weekend.
I did. I got a little sunburnt, but other than that, very good weekend. How about you?
Same here. Although I don't really get suntan. I've sunburned. Well, I'm out a lot, so gardening and the gardening project I showed you, I didn't even start.
Oh
yet.
yeah. Oh man, yeah, we've all got poison ivy right now from our stupid gardening adventures over the weekend. It was terrible.
Ooh, that's brutal.
Poison ivy is just a weird fact of life up here. I don't know what to do about it. I'm trying to get some sort of herd immunity. Like maybe if I get enough of it, I'll finally be invincible.
Oh yeah. Well, great job. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just talking about dumb stuff. The girls across the street that come over and hang and play with my kid, who I also pay $5 to pick up all the sticks in my yard before I mow. That's very key. Child labor is important around these parts.
Oh yeah.
They are completely immune to poison ivy, so they don't mind jumping in there and grabbing whatever. So
So that's a real thing.
yeah, it is. They don't get it. They are not allergic to it at all. And yeah, what a gift.
What a gift. Awesome, man. Well, good job today. It's funny because it
Thanks,
is the
man.
last day. It is the last day of the first half of the year, actually. Also the quarter. And
That's crazy.
Delia was talking this morning about how this afternoon could be a little bit tricky
Yeah.
as we get toward the close.
Yeah, I mean, you can see you can see it winding up right now. Just look at all this positioning. And ES has kind of told a better story with positioning today. Just watching this, all the business on the DOM, there's lots of big stuff getting slammed through today. So yeah, I'll be excited for this afternoon. It'll be fun. Plus, I like to hang out with Leo. I haven't got to do that in a couple weeks. So
Leo's back today, right?
Big Cat's back.
All right. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. All right, man. Well, we're going to do a really quick edge report here and the morning session. And then this afternoon, of course, we're going to have the hot commodities report with me and Shai. And then we're also going to have you, Order Flow Labs folks, you and Leo trading to close. That'll be awesome.
Yes, sir. All right, I'll see you there, chat.
All right. Let's take a peek here at even the S&P chart. I just have a 30-minute chart I wanted to show you. And, it's kind of a nice volume profile here, nice point of control. The last 5 30-minute candles we traded through this 62.38, 62.39 level. A little bit of volume up here on the north side from overnight trading right by that R1. So I went to Edge Full. That's Edge Full spelled with one L. And I was like, all right, what's the initial balance breakout for a Monday looking like based on 6 months worth of back data? And this is the initial balance, right? It's that first 60 minutes once the bell rings, and here's the high we have up here, and then a low down here. And you can see we broke the low. We have a wick through that low line, right? So we call that a break, a single break, right? And the odds here, I shouldn't say the odds, but based on 6 months of data on a Monday, 80.77% of the time, we've only had a single break of that initial balance. 11.54%, we've had a double break, meaning we'd have to come all the way back up here and, pretty much get to this, call resistance level that's up there at 62.50 and then some. And then a 7.69% of no break. Well, clearly we have one break. We have some wicks dangling down here. And you could set this report for bodies of the candle or for wicks. And you could also change it from a 30 minute to a 15 minute or whatever you want. I kept it at a 30. So how does that help me? Well, right now, I know this is an odd day because it is that end of the quarter, end of the first half of the year. And so you probably will get a lot of unusual activity at the end of the day in the equity world. But just generally speaking, we have a point of control that's kind of is right where we're at right now. We have VWAP here, which is the session VWAP, where we're literally sellers are on charge. We're trading below it from a body of a candle point of view. That, of course, could change. And then we have that that initial balance high way up here. So in theory, anyway, one might say, well, it's not 11.54% day to day. I mean, that's pretty low. It's 1 out of 10, pretty much, a little bit more. Therefore, when the market rallies up here, I want to look for shorts because I know where I'm going to put my stop. I want to put my stop above that initial balance high. Again, that's just an idea. This is not a trade recommendation, but that's kind of how I think about the edge full reports in terms of positioning stops and entries and stuff. Say, hey, we had a low percent. Number here, 11.54%. So that's kind of, I wanted to share that with you. The other thing I wanted to share really quickly, and this is really interesting, this is the Euro FX. I know I've been really whining about it because of my European vacation coming up, but check this out. I mean, this is a monthly chart on the Euro FX, and this is this month's candle. It's pretty positive green. It's very perky. We're driving up here. This is a very bullish kind of trend here on the monthly charts. But then I went back in time and I said, hey, What are some other peak highs? Well, January 2021, you guys will all remember that. It's COVID something or other. We traded all the way up to this peak high, approximately 1.226. And then before that, March 2018, we're even higher than that. We're pretty similar level. You could almost say this is a double top if you kind of squint and kind of crook your head to the left. But that's March 2018, and that high wick is like 1.254. And then even further back in time, this was even higher. So this gives me a perspective that when I say, oh, Jim, I can't go any higher, I'm going to get short for a swing trade or a position trade. Well, no, it could get higher, it could go higher. So this kind of helps ground me in my expectations. Then kind of just drilling down to a daily, you can see this trend even better here. Really nice orderly rally right now in the Euro FX. This is a currency pair. This is a Forex pair, basically the major, one of the majors. And all the moving averages are moving up north pretty nicely. And then on intraday, we've already achieved a lot of milestones. We achieved R1, we achieved that 1-day max, and we're still going. Next stop up, Jacks 4 and R2, approximately 1.185. So I just wanted to put that in your pipe and think about that. In the meantime, thanks for being here with us this morning. Great start to a Monday. We already had some great contributors today, including the Mighty Stowe. We are going to be back this afternoon at 2:30 East Coast time. Me and Shai are doing a hot commodity report, and Order Flow Labs, Leo and Stowe are going to be trading the close. Hope to see you guys there. Take it easy. Have a nice lunch. See you at 2:30.